Good morning. Welcome along from Headingley on day 2 of the final match of this Division 2 County Championship season between Yorkshire and Worcestershire, and the match situation thus, after just 80 overs were possible yesterday following the delayed start, Worcestershire 280 for 5 with Brett D'Oliveira 90 not out and Ben Allison 31 unbeaten. The umps are on their way out to the middle, as are the players. Dave Bradley of BBC Hereford and Worcester, and myself, Jonathan Dodge of BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations. We've also got Mel Farrell on the commentary team once again today, and it's got a nice fine morning, much better than it was yesterday. And of course the first talking point of the first tick box of the day is for Worcestershire to get another 20 runs on the board to make it to 300, a second batting bonus point, and thus promotion, return to Division 1.
Yes, it's all very exciting. Yorkshire have just taken the new ball, by the way, which was due after 80 overs. So no great surprise there. And Ben Cody's going to bowl. If he bowls like he did yesterday morning, getting those 20 runs might not be as easy as Worcestershire would hope. But yeah, a bit of a momentous day, really, for Worcestershire, because they've struggled somewhat in Division 2 for a couple of seasons. They were in with an outside chance until 4 games from the end of last season, but so was, I don't know, what on earth was that?
I was just making sure that all the gates are locked and nobody can leave until Worcestershire have got to Division 1.
That was a hell of a clatter, don't know what it was. Yeah, but it's a very bright. The forecast for later today is not great, it has to be said, for the area, and I think we're going to get a morning session in anyway. Here's Ben Code.
Yeah, bowling to Brett D'Oliveira, who's pushing one into the offside, and that's one of the 20. Straight away, Don Best doing the fielding. We do have, theoretically, and given the weather forecast, it's probably not going to happen, but let's try and remain positive. We do theoretically have 3 2-hour and 10-minute sessions, so lunch set for 12:40 until 1:20, and then the afternoon session 1:20. Well, in fact, I've got a text which says the afternoon session is 1:30 until 3:30. So we might be having an extra 10-minute break. I think it might be a typo.
Okay.
I think it's 1:20 until 3:30.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And then tea 3:30 to 3:50 with a close set for 6 o'clock. Here's going to be possibly 4 more off the pad, I think, of Ben Allison. It was Ben Code straying down the leg side, and there you go, 4 leg byes. You'll take them all at this moment in time if you're Worcestershire. 285 for 5, 15 to go.
Yeah, anything will do. I mean, the likelihood that Leicestershire are going to bowl out Durham, and then they'd have to score, 600, and bowl Durham out again to match, to get in front of Worcestershire, is extremely unlikely, I would say. But I think they'd like to do it themselves, wouldn't they? Earn it yourself rather than wait till 4 o'clock on Friday to find out.
Yeah, Worcestershire are doing it for them. Code to Allison, who's got a thickish outside edge, and they're clearly trying to knock these off as quick as they can to avoid any issues with the weather or if anything changed, and there was a couple of days washed out maybe. So 2 back at a point there. Allison 33 to 87 for 5, 7 added in this first 3 deliveries.
It still looks damp out there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The bowler's footmarks from yesterday are really standing out, but it's got that kind of... And there was a chase down to the boundary. It's great for diving after the ball, but...
Code, and Allison pushing up to Masood at mid-off dive. When was the last time you dived after a ball? Was it in black and white?
There was a king on the throne then, and not the current one. It was in black and white. It was in sepia. No. Actually, I dived after a ball. We were playing with my grandson's football the other week, and dived. I thought, I'll go in goal. Dive full length, completely missed the ball, and they had to come and help me back up again, which was quite embarrassing. Yeah. We didn't do that much diving for the ball when I played, not as much as they do nowadays.
No, I was playing when the slide came in, you know,
Slide.
the body slide.
Yeah.
not something that...
We were still on the long barrier. I was in my pomp, which didn't last long. I think it was a Wednesday in August when I was in my pomp. But yeah, they're all far more athletic now.
Good to bowl here to Allison, if I can get my teeth in. That's turned into the leg side, and James Wharton does a fielding. There is no run. And good morning to 5 Sports Extra listeners.
Morning,
Worcestershire. It's been a positive little first 5 deliveries of the day for them. 287 for 5, 7 runs added, and 13 more to return to Division 1. Code turns, final ball of this opening over of the day with the second new ball. And that's the best delivery of the 6. Not quite as red hot as he was to start with yesterday, but that showed that he's getting back towards yesterday's production line, because he was firing them off, wasn't he? Round about off stump and just holding the line, nipping away in one of those spells where on a different day you might have had 5 or even 6, something like that.
Yeah, really good spell. And he'll bowl well, but I thought he was easily the pick of the Yorkshire bowlers yesterday, particularly, as you say, in that first half an hour, 40 minutes. Could have got a lot of Milnes bowled tidily as well, but just Code has just got that one, the one that he just bowled to Allison. You've got to play it, because you think if he comes in, it's going to hit your off stump, and then it just off it goes.
Yeah, I did a piece with Mark Milnes last night, who's going to start at the Howard stand end again. It was really good to see him back. He's not somebody I know particularly well, because he's obviously only joined the club this year, but he did come on commentary a couple of times, so we got to know him a little bit better, and he was just, you could tell the sort of both mixture of delight and a bit of relief that he'd got through a whole day's play after such a bad injury, and had bowled a few spells as well, and bowled them pretty well without taking a wicket.
And it is Milnes who's bowling from the Howard stand end to D'Oliveira, whose forward pushes away on the onside, and there is no run. And then the players always say there's a big difference between being fit and being match fit. And to bowl, what did he bowl yesterday? Well, he's 14 overs in a day, which, you think is it's not a vast amount, is it? But if you've not been playing for a long time, it's great to just get out there and bowl properly. Sun's come out. Welcome, sun. Milnes in and bowls, and D'Oliveira lets the ball go by pretty wide outside the off stump. It would, of course, be a delight for Worcestershire if skipper D'Oliveira were to hit the runs that got them to 300.
Yeah, it's played superbly, hasn't it?
Did play well yesterday. Kashi Valley. Well, the first 2 boundaries he hit through the covers were right off the sweet spot of the bat, and probably he'd be happy that he got 93, but disappointed he didn't get another 7. Here's Milnes in, bowls. D'Oliveira lets this one go by outside the off stump. 3 slips, point, slightly backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and there must be a fine leg down there somewhere. He is down there.
2 things. One, on Matt Milnes, he told me that he'd made a slight adjustment to his action, so he's slightly more side on than he was, which is a bit more front on. Maybe that was the reason for the injury, but he didn't say it was a major adjustment. And then secondly, on the Kashi Valley front, Worcestershire supporters have got a real entertainer there if he does secure a place in red ball cricket.
D'Oliveira forward, eases this one down, backward of square on the offside. They'll come back for 2. They do come back for 2 some more. We were on about this yesterday. It's very difficult to keep your kit clean on an outfield that's a bit damp, and Jordan Thompson's gone sliding after that one, and he's got a lovely green stain all the way down his left trouser leg. Who was it that was a very muddy yesterday?
So Don Bessie's always muddy.
Yeah, Don Bessie was
even in the driest of conditions.
I'm just looking at him. I don't think he's got clean trousers on today. Next ball, D'Oliveira drives through the covers. Best dives, can't stop it. It's away for 4. Lovely shot from D'Oliveira. Milnes just over pitching. Nice half volley, cracked it away. I think the dive was more for show than trying to cut the ball off, and Worcestershire are 7 runs away.
I think he was diving just to even up the stripes of muck on his clothing. You know, just a bit left hand, a bit right hand sideish. I need to just get a bit down the left.
D'Oliveira moves on to 97. And this ball is off the back foot. He's got that one away through the covers. Is that going to make it to the rope? It is. And D'Oliveira goes to 100, leaps in the air. Fine innings by the Worcestershire skipper. And I said last night when I was talking to Kenny Wright, a typical Brett D'Oliveira innings. You've got to scrap. And he scrapped. And he's got 100 out of it.
Yeah, wasn't easy at all, was it, at the point he came in? And remember, of course, Worcestershire 67 for 4 at one stage, Bradders. And in the face of that good bowling we were talking about from Ben Code in particular yesterday morning, but also George Hill and Matt Milnes, it was not an easy start, but he grafted. Kashif had the sort of flash and dash about him, didn't he?
Yeah.
And made it into an innings of substance, as you say. Disappointing for him that he didn't quite make it to 3 figures, but his skipper's gone on, and well done to him for that.
He would have loved that, Brett D'Oliveira. He would love getting 100 in those circumstances when Yorkshire did bowl really well yesterday morning. Might have flattened out a bit later. And of course they now need 3 for promotion. 4-leg buys will do it. Ben Code runs away from us from the Kirkstall lane end in and bowls to Ben Allison, who's forward, plays defensively to mid-wicket. Probably not so many inners yesterday, Jonathan. There was a decent crowd yesterday, but they may have seen the weather forecast, which later today is not great. But at the moment, clouds are high. A watery sky, we'll call it. A September sky.
Getting all poetic. I'm expecting Sinatra to walk in the back of the box at the moment, crooning something.
Days of... It's not days. Next ball here from Code to Allison, who plays defensively. That's a good ball. Maybe scuttled onto him a little bit, pushes away on the offside. Seasons of mists and mellow fruitfulness. John Keats. It is Keats, isn't it? Not Mills. Yeah. John Keats. I think the poem's called To Autumn. See? Great thing, Google, isn't it? I love the internet, man.
Great thing, education. I must have been missing that day.
Yeah. I only went a couple of days, really. Pay was rubbish, so soon left. Code to Allison. And Allison is leaving this one outside the off stump. Ben Allison on loan to Worcestershire from Essex. And he's made quite an impression, I think, from... Worcestershire lads are saying he's scored runs, he's taken wickets, and he's integrated into the dressing room. And I think he's got a bright future in the game. I'm not sure what Essex's playing staff is for next season, but I'd be very surprised if he doesn't get a turn. He waits again. Code in, bowls. Allison flicks this one away on the leg side, won't get it past Wharton, who's at mid-wicket. Umpire Shanmugam has this thing when there's 2 balls left in the over and he indicates to his fellow umpire and his arm comes out. You think he's going to call a no ball, but he's indicated 2 balls left to Steve O'Shaughnessy. 297 for 5. Probably going to have 4 maiden overs in a row now just to make it that little bit tenser. Code to Allison. Once again, plays defensively. Once again, Wharton at mid-wicket is the fielder. Quite a few Worcestershire supporters have come up for this one on social media yesterday. There was quite a few saying, I'm there. 1 or 2 staying in the lodge, on the ground, which is great. If you get up in the morning, draw your curtains back and it's pouring with rain, you just stay in bed.
Yeah, handy to go to nip round to Ugly Mug's Cafe and get yourself a nice breakfast sandwich, breakfast bap or whatever you want to call it.
Cody in bowls. Allison half drives this time, but basically it's just a push out into the offside. Good over from Ben Code, a maiden over, and it gives Brett D'Oliveira the opportunity to maybe score the runs that takes Worcestershire back to the First Division. Ironically, the last time they were promoted was the 27th of September, which is the date today. That was in 2017. So 6 years. And then they bobbled back down, and I've been in Division 2 ever since.
Bent Nielsen has extras this morning, says good morning. It looks like another fine day to procrastinate. Again today I'll find a way not to go to the golf club to rebuild my swing. At least today it's not just cricket but also waiting for packages in the mail. I think, Bent, you might get an opportunity to nip to the golf club and practice the swing if the forecast is correct here.
Yeah.
Martin Rowe says the most used phrase from commentators is "and there's no run," and indeed one of our correspondents, Richard, uses that as his nom de plume.
Milnes in bowls to D'Oliveira, wide of the off stump through to wicket-keeper Tattersall. Still Worcestershire need 3. To assure themselves. I mean,
you could cut the tension with a...
You could cut the tension...
with a sledgehammer, couldn't you?
With a piece of string. Hey, thought you were in the media, we've got to build this up.
Yeah,
come on. Crowd are all tense. Worcestershire supporters.
D'Oliveira twiddles his bat. He's looking nervous now.
Ready to wave their banners and jump up and down. Milnes in bowls. D'Oliveira indeed gets this one away through mid-wicket. Where's it going to go? They'll come back for 2. Will they get 3? Probably not. No. 1 run needed, and D'Oliveira goes on to 103. I mean, Allison's made 33. These two came together at 222. So they've added 77 so far for the Worcestershire 6th wicket. 1 run needed for a Worcestershire promotion.
Let's capture the moment.
Capture the moment. It's all very... how can we cope? Us gentlemen of a certain age, it's too tense for us, I can tell you. Here's Milnes, comes in and bowls to D'Oliveira and plays defensively, and probably will for about the next 20 balls.
Yeah, well, the video's running, so it gets too big to get on on your socials.
Yeah. Change the field with 3rd slip being taken out. Finlay Bean has been dispatched to mid-wicket.
And this could be significant, Brad, as if he flicks it straight to him now. And there's a collapse at 299.
Collapse. Major collapse. In comes... There was a big appeal here, and they're going through. No, he's gone. D'Oliveira's gone. Looks as if they were going through for a leg bye, but the finger goes up. Steve O'Shaughnessy sends Brett D'Oliveira on his way, so the Worcestershire skipper is not going to be hitting the run that takes Worcestershire to promotion. And some what's the word I'm looking for? Milnes has bowled well, and he's got a wicket, is what I'm trying to say. So he's got some reward for his efforts.
Yeah, we're behind. It's important to say we're behind Brett D'Oliveira, so not that easy to tell. The only issue I think you might have had was possibly height, but otherwise it looks like it's pitching in line and straight in front.
They're going to have to drag Brett D'Oliveira off because he's not leaving the field at any great rate, I've got to tell you. Desperately disappointed the Worcestershire skipper. He must be delighted that he's got 100, but he would love to have got that run.
16 fours, 203 balls, 103 for Brett D'Oliveira.
Josh Baker making his way to the middle. Josh, I say a young man making his way in the game, but he's played a lot of cricket. And as a spinner, doesn't get to bowl in April and September. Yeah.
Left armour,
yeah. Probably doesn't get to bowl in April, May and September.
And
that's when we play county cricket, which is...
And judging by the weather at New Road back in July when we visited Nor in July.
No.
It was a bit wet, wasn't it?
Yeah. So, can he, the young man, get the run? The run.
First ball. He could be a first ball hero, yeah.
He could.
Bang it over the Howard stand for 6. Gordon Greenwich style.
Inside edge, down to fine leg for a single. That'll do. Worcestershire lose 4 wickets so they'd score in a run. Well, the world is not a fair place. Milnes in bowls, and Well, he almost gets it. He gets it off a thick edge out to backward point area rather than down towards third man. But it's almost a tip and run. It's not a tip and run because it's not a one-day game. They don't want one to win off the last ball, but...
I've not been so tense since DT said to me, it's your round, Doige.
Really? But he says that on a regular basis, so that can't cause tension, can it? Milnes from the Howard stand in bowling to Josh Baker, and Baker plays inside the line of this one. Oh, he didn't play inside then, his bat was inside the line of it, but it went through to the wicket keeper. Well bowled, Milnes. He's got 1 for 55, I think that board says. I'll have to look at the other board, you can see it from here. 1 for 56 maybe.
Just in case my sports editor is listening, I am broadcasting this morning, so please do pay me for this. It's just that we're waiting for Worcestershire to get across the line here, so Brad has...
You get paid?
Has the gentleman's agreement to do so.
Is the pay involved in this?
Not a lot.
Doing this for 30 odd years, I've never heard that word before. Expenses, maybe. Anyway, back to the cricket. Ben Allison, Essex boy on loan. His brother's a very good cricketer as well. Plays for England under 19s. Well, has played for England under 19s. Code in bowls. Allison pulls this one away towards mid wicket, but can't get it past Milnes.
There's 87 gigabytes of video that has just been wasted here in this commentary box.
Oh, this is cricket and nothing's ever simple. 2.99 for 6. It's 10.49 on a sunny Wednesday morning. It is Wednesday, isn't it? Yeah.
After all this, they better keep their over rate up. They wouldn't want to lose 6 points on the over rate at the end of the match, would they? And all this is wasted.
Oh. Code comes in again, bowls to Allison, who once again turns it straight to Wharton at mid-wicket. And we'll still be talking about this at 11:15. Trouble with his front foot here, Ben Code. I suspect that the pitch is fairly, well, it will be dry because it's been under the covers, but he's picking up moisture on his boots as he runs in, and his front foot sliding a bit. Skipper Masood is the official sawdust carrier. Ben Allison's gone for a long walk towards square leg, setting himself. 33 runs against his name. Right, here we go again.
On my phone.
Ben Code comes in and bowls from the Kirkstall lane end to Ben Allison, who plays forward defensively.
My phone's out of memory.
I got RSI from holding the phone up, man. My arms are aching. What's that? Is that a helicopter? Something big going over.
It's Mel's flight coming in, ready to take her to India on Monday. She's got her own personal private jet.
Worcestershire will still be waiting for 1 run on Monday. Right. Ben Code is the bowler. He's coming in to go bowl too. Ben Allison, and Allison plays this one away on the offside for no run. This is just... For gentlemen like me of a certain age, this is too much tension. Don't you tell you?
It is. I'll booked you in at the local GP.
Okay.
For around about 11 a.m.
That should be fine.
You need to talk to somebody after this, won't you? Counselling.
I may pull a muscle in celebration. Code in to Allison, who drives back to the bowler.
Join the dots in this over, isn't it?
Oh, mate. Doing a bit of colouring in as well in a minute. See, we're getting a 10.52. It's just...
Very important at this stage to mention, of course, that with that wicket, Yorkshire have gone 2-1 in front in the match.
On bonus points.
Mm.
Yeah. I suspect that may not be of great concern to a Worcestershire supporter today. Code in again to bowl to Allison, who he plays the ball back up the pitch, and there is no run. Just something flashed up on my phone. You've used up all your data. What are you doing? Anyway, Worcestershire 299 for 6. Ben Allison has 33. Josh Baker is yet to get off the mark. Brett D'Oliveira, LBW to Milnes for 103. 16 fours in that. He was 299 for 6 when he was out. It's still 299 for 6 now, about an hour and a half later, it seems. But, and that is a helicopter because I can see it. A helicopter goes over New Road. It's the police or the air ambulance. We know. Right, Josh Baker, is this your moment? He waits for Allison, pushes it away on the offside, and that's it. They're going to pick up a single here, Worcestershire. They're coming back for 2, and they are officially promoted. 6 years to the day since the last time they made it into the First Division. Worcestershire, after 174 days of the season, are back in the First Division. And sportingly, a round of applause from the Yorkshire players as well. Worcestershire are promoted. Get the beer out. Not that I drink, but... Oh, right. Dodgy, carry on.
I'll let you see the overthrow. It's
Thanks
fine.
very much. Oh. Milnes to the hero of Worcestershire, Josh Baker, who's flicked this one away. It's in the air and he's going to be caught. There you are. See they get promoted and they don't care. That's the problem. Mistimed that one totally and just flicked it high into the air. So Josh Baker goes for the best, the most remarkable, the most outstanding 2 runs he's ever going to score for Worcestershire. If he goes on to score centuries and take fifers in every other game, he will remember today. Was that, it was Revis who caught him, wasn't it?
It was, Matthew Revis.
Yeah. Matt Milnes getting some reward for his efforts yesterday.
Good to see. He said, he was delighted to get through the day yesterday, injury-free and let it go pretty well, but he said, you dare say it would have been nice to pick up a couple of wickets, but he's had to wait a little bit longer, but he's, as you say, gained some due reward really for his efforts yesterday. So 2 from 4 deliveries for Josh Baker. A little cameo that will go down in the history of Worcestershire County Cricket Club.
Yeah, Joe Leach is the man on his way towards the middle. A man who doesn't usually hang around for too long. Likes to feel bat on ball and might well clatter it around. Yeah, I wonder where he's going. He looks as if he's going towards the other end. I was going to say.
Right, socials have been hit with your commentary.
Yeah.
I didn't mean hit in a negative way, obviously.
No, it'll be a big hit, mate. It'll be all over
It'll be
everywhere.
viral, that.
Yeah, all over everywhere.
They'll be playing that from Bromsgrove to
Mate,
Hereford.
From Kington to King Swinford. Not that King Swinford's in Worcestershire anymore, but it used to be. So, Joe Leach to face Matt Milnes, who's taken 2 for nothing this morning. Leach is flicking this one away to mid on. More pushing than flicking, I suppose. And no ball called. Well, there we are. That would have been slightly anticlimactic, wouldn't it? If they'd have been on 299 Worcestershire and they'd have called a no ball. Yeah. I've heard this story about... There was a story recently in a local game where a guy was on 96 and they wanted 4 to win. As Milnes bowls and you just put back to ball there, Joe Leach. Don Bess's fingers have been warmed up there. He's managed to half stop it, but they go through for a single. Worcestershire 304 for 7. Yeah, they wanted 4 to win, and the opposition didn't like the guy very much, so they deliberately bowled 4 wides to stop him getting 100. So
spirit. You see, they talk about spirit of the game. That's not great, is it?
No, not good. Ben Allison to face 304 for 7, Worcestershire, and I'll finish this one and go and spread joy and jubilation amongst the great unwashed of Worcestershire. Leg by. Ball just trickles away on the leg side. For another run, 305 for 7. It's going... It's going dull. Is that a phrase? Is that a phrase? It's getting duller. Sky building up away to our right-hand side. We're told from about 12 o'clock today we're going to get rain and light rain. Hurricane Agnes?
Later in the day, apparently, she's on her way.
She ain't here yet.
Yeah, strong winds today and tomorrow, apparently on the back of that. Later today and tomorrow.
Milnes in again, and this time Leach goes back and across, plays defensively to mid-on. One ball left in Milnes' 17th over. And we were saying the other day that, yesterday, I think the problem is when it gets like that is the ground staff getting the covers on and off. Because basically you're trying to get a huge sail across a cricket ground with 3 or 4 people hanging onto it. A bit like Mary Poppins, they'll disappear into the air. Milnes in bowls, Leach pushes forward on the offside. That is the end of the over, and at the end of it, there's a lot went on there. Worcestershire are 305 for 7. I'm going to go and talk to other people, and Mel's going to zoom in here.
Aye, lad. Have a nice... You need to lie down after that, don't you, for half an hour? So, we're going to see Ben Code to continue here at the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. Mel, good morning.
Good morning, and what a morning it's been. I've also been filming, the pair of you as we waited, and I've got lots of footage of you talking about dot balls.
Image rights, I think I'll be demanding on the back of that. Thank you very much. So, 6 overs bowled so far this morning, and Ben Cody's going to bowl number 7. And he's in here to Allison, who is just clipping one onto his pad. There's a bit of a stifled appeal from several of the Yorkshire players, including Ben Code, hand over his face. A pretty obvious inside edge. Allison on 33, Leach so far on just the 1. And those 2 wickets still fallen. If you just joined us more recently and you'd forgotten it was a half-10 start, then shame on you. Brett D'Oliveira, LBW Milnes for 103. And couldn't quite make it to the 300 mark and the second batting point and that confirmation of promotion. Josh Baker did that before he was out. Caught Revis, bowled Milnes for 2. Code in again. Ball that passes the outside edge of Allison's bat on the right. He wasn't really playing at it. Dot ball. So, well, at least we've got a start on time, Mel, and you've got a trip off today as well.
Oh, don't remind me. If anybody is listening and knows anything about the VFS Global Visa Office in Birmingham, the website says it opens for passport collection at 3 o'clock till 4:30. But I've got a 5-hour round trip to get there.
His Code, driven down the ground by Allison, well fielded by Shan Masood, who's not far off hitting direct, but they get a single.
So I've had an email yesterday saying that my visa to India has been approved, not that we're cutting a fine or anything. So I have to collect it, but there's no number to call to confirm that those are the opening hours and that my passport is there. So it's a rather long and expensive trip to make on spec, essentially, hoping and praying that it's going to be there and they're going to let me pick it up.
I mean, how you got into Yorkshire in the first place without a visa is beyond me, but I'm glad that we're sending you out to get one and bring it back. Here's Code to Leach. Ooh, he's squared up slightly. A ball that doesn't feel like it bounced quite as much as the norm, but he dealt with it in the end.
Yes, well, I actually put up a little post on my Insta story when I arrived in Leeds saying at least I don't need a visa to get into Yorkshire, so think again, love. I've spent enough time up here that I'm sure I'm welcomed. I'm always welcomed here with open arms.
Code in. Leach is wide of off stump and he shoulders out, of course.
Yes, but if anyone wants to get in contact and reassure me that I can just rock up in Smethwick in Birmingham and pick up my passport this afternoon before I run to the train station and get a train down there, that would be very much appreciated.
I was down there myself the other day, actually. Very sombre occasion on Sunday. Just over the road from the ground at Edgbaston. Here comes Code then, leaving us behind in the Kirkstall Lane commentary position. That's a beauty. That is the best delivery we've seen this morning, perhaps, with the exception of the Matt Milnes leg before wicket on Brett D'Oliveira. And Leach groping it to thin air just outside off stump. Let's have a look around the ground, Mel. What have we got? We've got a smattering of spectators today. Can't see any shorts as we had yesterday. There are one or two hats around, but most people going for probably a couple of layers, given the time of year.
I certainly am rugged up today. But do you know what? Listening to you there, I know that it was really obvious that Worcestershire were going to get there. We're going to get up into the top division. But that was so exciting. I love that about here. Promotion and relegation is not a thing in Australian sport. The population's too small, the top flight. So for me, it's very exciting. As Code, he's in over the wicket, and it's left by Allison, goes straight through to Tattersall, no run. But yeah, so for me, I've been lucky to be here at various matches where a team has won promotion or has won the county championship, and everybody's been looking at the different permutations and what's happening there. And it's incredibly exciting. It's something I'm not used to. Totally different.
You see, you've missed a trick in Australia. What you do is you just create loads of franchises, and everybody immediately dives in and goes in with clubs they've got no identity with, and you create a bigger game.
In comes Code. This one is further outside, probably about 6 stumps, so he doesn't bother with that one. Lets it pass by.
I say that with tongue firmly in cheek, of course.
I think there used to be promotion and relegation in our other sport, in rugby league in Australia, at one time.
Did they?
I think so, but like well before
Really?
my time. I feel like there might have been that with the sort of division down that sort of now involves teams like Newtown. I'll have to check that out. But it's generally not a thing that we have, so it seems particularly exciting to me as Code is in over the wicket. That's a very tight line, full ball, dug out to mid on no run.
When I first started watching, you could watch Aussie Rugby League on VHS. You get videos sent over in the 80s. They would send cassettes over of the TV broadcast because we couldn't get them back then. And it was a sort of 22, no, it might have been 18 teams at the time.
Well, there were more teams at the time when they had the Super League war and they had the 2 competitions running as Code comes in, and that ball squirts off the outside of Ellison's bat. He's edged it really down towards deep third, and it's going to go all the way for a boundary. 4 runs to Allison, who moves on to 38. Worcestershire move on to 310 for 7.
They had the draft system with signings back then. I remember that much, where players were drafted. I don't know when that stopped, actually. But that was pretty much American football style. And
yeah, they're trying all sorts of things. They've got a draft now for the BBL in Australia, the Big Bash League, extending that to the women for the first time this year. In comes Code over the wicket, and that one's just coming off the inside part of the bat to the leg side, no run. I saw Danny Wyatt's actually pulled out of the WBBL citing fatigue, so I think she was going to maybe the Scorchers, but deciding to opt out of that competition. Seeing that a little bit more now with female players, suddenly with the amount of cricket that is open to them, but the England players have certainly had a massive summer, those who took part in the Ashes in particular. As Code is in, and that one just moving away from Allison. A touch, some good bounce and carry, leaves it alone, and that is the end of the over. So 4 runs coming from it. Worcestershire 310 for 7, Allison on 38, and Leach 1 off the 7 balls that he's faced.
Good morning to Lev as well, Katie Levick, who has often been in the comm box alongside. She's put a shot of herself up, having given blood this morning and encouraging people to do so. And belated happy birthday to Rob Burrow yesterday.
Oh, really?
I hadn't realised.
I hadn't either. I have to say, I've kept tabs on Rob and Kevin Sinfield, all the amazing things they've been doing. Really inspiring.
His Code, good delivery again. That is an absolute peach. And how do you play it? Joe Leach is standing there. Look at him. He's got his arms folded and just bewildered with what he's just had to try and deal with as a batter. And we can't see him close up, but he's probably having a laugh with the slip cord, who are also having a bit of a giggle as well, and probably glad that they didn't have to face that. Angled in, that's just a beautiful delivery to watch.
What's really impressive is he bowled the last over as well. If you were listening to me, I'm pretty sure I called
did it? Right.
This was incredible, both ends.
Yeah.
It wasn't Milnes at all.
Outstanding from Code. He's in again, and similar sort of delivery, but started a little bit straighter. And no run. Evo was just signalling to me, I think it was a tea or a coffee, and I didn't quite get the signal. He's disappeared out of the box now.
Well, you've missed out. It's just gone.
So 310 for 7, Allison 38, Leach on 1, and he's been made to work very hard by Ben Code for a second run here. Just under, not bright enough, but cloud overhead skies, and this time Code, shows he's human after all, and drops one on the leg stump, and having given Joe Leach the devil's own job of finding a run, he's now given him 4 backward of square leg, an effortless flick away. Congrats to Worcestershire on going up, says Bent Nielsen. Now for the important thing. Yorkshire currently 7 points behind Gloucestershire on live bonus points, and they do not look like they will get any more. A Sussex win and a draw plus batting points are required.
Meanwhile, I've got my mother ringing me at the moment. She wants to know, I think, if my visa's come through, so I'm having to ignore her.
You've got to pick up the phone to your mother. Doesn't matter when she calls.
Oh no, she'll understand.
In comes Code, and Leach playing into the leg side, gets a leading edge out to James Wharton in the offside. No run.
She really wants to talk to me. She's ringing again. She knows how stressed I've been about this. I'm supposed to fly Monday morning, so...
We could get her on live, shall we link her up with the broadcast?
Oh, do you know what? She has quite a following on Twitter. I'm a bit naughty. I sometimes, when I'm watching cricket with her, I tweet her comments, and they're absolute gold. Gold.
Code coming in to Leach again, who gets another delivery angled in and pushes down the original line. The ball holds its line through to Tattersall. Ben Code, he's only got 2 wickets to his name, and you can't quite believe it, really. It's late season artistry from the man with the cherry. You can get in touch, by the way, folks, at Jonathan Doidge or at Melinda Farrell or at Bradders at AT, that is BBC. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Code in again. Leach this time does get bat on ball. Not sure if Code got his fingertips to that on its way back to knock off the bails at the non-striking end, but either way, Allison's bat was home. End of the over. 9 gone this morning, and Worcestershire have moved on from 280 for 5 to 314 for 7. But if joining us recently, that means that they got past the 300 mark, 2 batting bonus points, and therefore are promoted alongside Durham to Division 1 cricket in 2024.
And if you do follow me on Twitter, you'll see that I have actually posted a picture of you and Bradders and the moment that Worcestershire were promoted. I may at some point do an edit of all the dot balls that preceded it, just do a little montage of the anticipation and then the slow deflation and then the build and then the deflation again. Okay, it is Milnes coming in from the Howard Stand end over the wicket. It's played straight back towards the bowler who gets a hand on it, stops it going any further. So that's no run to Allison.
Apparently I do follow you, but apparently you don't follow me.
I've only just realised that because I tagged you in the tweet.
What am I doing allowing you on this broadcast when you don't follow me?
Awkward. I will remedy that very soon, obviously, and I will be following you on all good social media platforms.
And some pretty awful ones as well. Yeah.
Here's Milnes to Allison over the wicket. He just drives that one, and he's beaten Shah Massoud at mid-off. That's going to go all the way for 4. Lovely shot from Allison. And it's 4 more to the total now for Worcestershire. Takes them to 318 for 4, and Allison 42 of 83. It's generally been, you would have to say, a really solid performance from Worcestershire batting-wise.
It has. Matt Milnes, ironically, has picked up 2 wickets this morning, but he's gone from 14 overs for 46 yesterday to 18.2 overs for 71 now for his 2 wickets. So while he's picking up wickets he maybe might have done yesterday, he's actually going for a few this morning.
I've got to share with you my mum's reply. Okay, here's Milnes into Allison, and he just cuts that away along the ground, almost a square drive really, and that's going to go for 4 again. So back-to-back 4s for Allison, who looks really good. He's moved on to 46, and a score 322 for 7. He didn't have a lot of room there, but managed to push it out there through the offside. So I managed to shoot off a message to my mum saying, live on air, visa has been approved, haven't got it though. She sent me I don't know what, some sort of a picture, a little sort of sticker of a cup of coffee with love hearts above it. I'm not sure if that's a mistake or not. She says, I'll tell you what she says after this ball from Milnes as he comes in to Allison, bowls this one, and it's just on the front foot, defends it in down to mid-off, no run. She replied, realised you would be on air. I mean, she's obviously rang me anyway. Just checking re-visa. Good news. Now I can give St Joseph a rest, and thank you. She's Catholic, my mum, and St Joseph is the patron saint of workers. Mm-hmm. So she's been on the case. She has. So it's something that she always does. I'm still not sure what the cup of coffee with the love hearts is, but it's nice anyway. Thanks, Mum. In comes Milnes to Allison, and they're a bit excited, but he's just played that out to mid-on for no run.
I realised, Eva, after you'd gone, that that meant tea and that meant coffee, but at the point you were signalling to me, I just completely lost the plot, really. Yeah.
You should have
so thank you for the offer.
You should have just shown him my mum's screenshot of my phone with my mum's coffee with love hearts. I've no idea what that's about. Good old Marlene. She loves cricket. In comes Milnes, and that one's just flayed away. Another 4 runs through the covers. That is a lovely shot for Allison to bring up his 50. He has looked very stylish along the way as well. Terrific 50 off 87 balls for Ben Allison. And Worcestershire continue on their merry way after having secured promotion to the top division earlier. They're not done yet.
No, good effort from Allison, just continuing the good work put in by Kashi Valley and Brett D'Oliveira in particular. He's carried the baton on, hasn't he, for Worcestershire? We're just setting things up here. They're going to be able to put some pressure on Yorkshire with a score like this. 24 runs away from their next batting point. And they've still got, 20 overs before we're all in for bonus points, 110. So Ben Code going to continue from this Kirkstall lane end of the ground. 3 slips a point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg is the field set-up. Code right arm over the wicket. White sweatband on his left wrist as usual. That's flicked into the leg side. It's aerial from Joe Leach. And there's a diving attempt from the man who likes to get himself grubby, Don Bess, in there. And he's always a lingering moment or several moments on the ground after he's either done a piece of fielding or missed out like that.
Maybe it's just to roll around a bit and make sure that he's properly grubby.
You know, you see those sort of videos of a horse or whatever laying on their back, you know, in the shavings, having a great time. If he was a horse, I'm sure he'd be doing that, Bessie. As Ben Code has just let one go down the leg side, it's missed all the batting equipment and just flicked off the top of the pad. And 4 buys off Joe Leach. So 330 for 7, 14 leg byes and 8 no balls form the 22 extras in this Worcestershire first innings. Allison 50 from 87 deliveries. He's been out there 104 minutes and hit 10 fours so far. Leach has been out there for the last 22 minutes now. He's had to work harder for his runs, apart from the boundary he struck, which was a bit of a gimme from Ben Code, but other than that, he's done well to survive what the man with ball in hand has been producing here. And he comes in once again, and Leach this time, he's able to ease one away through the covers off the back foot. Just a little punch really. James Wharton, who's pretty quick across the ground for the leggy man that he is. They get back for 2. James Wharton's dad, probably listening, Paul. And good morning to you if you are or watching. Used to play a bit of rugby league for Warrington.
It's the connections that are just all there, aren't they? Warrington, another place that I used to like going to because we used to stay in Stockton Heath, which is a lovely village just next to Warrington. I did used to love coming to Leeds and staying in the town centre though.
Yes, Code, it's flicked into the leg side, that's going to be 4. From the moment it left Joe Leach's bat, it was aerial, but it was well wide of Don Bess, who's at a straightish mid-wicket out there. And it makes its way, bump into the boundary boards down by the roller, which is discarded away to our right.
And that one just straying down the leg side a little bit. Code's bowled well, but Worcestershire are actually making this look quite comfortable and easy at the moment. The 4 balls are there, and when they are, they're quite happy to dispatch them.
Yeah, it looks the usual good deck here, prepared by Richard Robinson and co. We're down somewhere beneath our feet. Probably having a cuppa at this point and putting the feet up. Code to Leach, wide of off stump, and that's an awful looking waft really. Just tries to flat back that one away. He plays it again as if he was more confident second time, but not really fooling too many people there, Joe. 336 for 7, 1 to come in the over.
Yeah, we used to obviously come to Headingley a lot, and I did used to love it because we had a deal with a hotel in town, and Leeds on a Friday and Saturday night. What a great night out that is.
And comes Code short this time, a very unusual short delivery, probably one of about 6 a season that you'll see from Ben Code. It's that infrequent. And tennis shot from Joe Leach means that Adam Lyth comes into play with the fielding. End of the over, 91 now gone in this Worcestershire first innings, 336 for 7. Where were the night spots in Leeds that you visited on those occasions?
Gosh, I can't remember specific ones, but there were so many just bars, and because we used to finish quite late, I loved the fact that there was always a bar that you could find, and the pubs as well. I do remember having a Saturday off. I'd sometimes have a Saturday or a day in between games, and Mike Stevenson, Steve-O, well renowned, he'd be like, right, 11 o'clock, starting Whitelocks. And so we'd start in Whitelocks pub, and there was some rather large afternoons, but I used to take myself off and discover other places, go up and visit Harrogate or is it Hebworth and Hebden Bridge,
yeah.
and Haworth. Hebden Bridge and Haworth, the Bronte country.
Yes.
So I've visited all sorts of places you might not realise around Yorkshire.
Whitelocks, yeah. Proper old Central Leeds pub. Still going, I think.
Yeah.
Past,
it's the oldest
the other
one,
week.
isn't it? I think it's the oldest one.
Yeah, the oldest one, yeah.
Tucked in that little laneway near all the big fancy shops. Got a change of bowler at the Howard Stand end. It's George Hill back on. And he is over the wicket. First ball just squirts off the outside edge of Allison's bats. Going down towards the deep third boundary. 3 chasing it, but the ball's going to win. Just rolls over despite a diving effort on the rope. And gets 4 runs. There were 3 of them on the hair.
Yeah, Adam Lyth, listen boys, I've run far enough, I'm nearly 36. You two have a go. Finley Bean, well, you're in front, Tomo, you have a go. And Jordan, yeah.
It was a good effort
It
and
was.
a good roll in the end. But 4 runs is the result. I'll tell you, there was one place. There are things in Yorkshire that would be massive attractions, I think, in other parts of the world. I found one of them on a trip up here, as in comes Hill to Allison. It just defends this one on the front foot, back past the bowler, no run. It was when we were at Halifax once, and someone said to me, you should go for a walk down there to the Peace Hall. And so I went down to the Peace Hall in Halifax, and I was gobsmacked. For me, it looked like one of the grandest squares of Europe, basically. It's magnificent. And there was sort of no one really around. I thought, how can everyone not know about this? As Hill is in over the wicket again, just defended out towards extra cover, no run.
Well, the Peace Hall, of course, it's been ratified by Duran Duran now, because they appeared
This is the
year or two ago.
second time you've talked about Duran Duran.
But no, lots of gigs have taken place there in the last few years. Feels like it's been more used, if you like, and appreciated.
As Hill is in over the wicket again, and again just defended out towards the covers by Allison.
There was Eva might corroborate this, but I'm sure on sort of Look North, the local BBC regional TV programme, it was either last year or the year before, that Morgan Freeman was seen around there because he was filming something and was obviously staying somewhere local, seen at the Peace Hall.
It's an incredible building. In comes Hill, and again just defended this time straight back to the feet of the umpire, who lifts his left foot, lets it roll underneath him, but it is picked up by one of the fielders behind him, so no run. But I thought at first when someone said Peace Hall, I thought it was peace as in peace, my brothers and sisters. And then I discovered it's not. It's a piece because it's where they, I believe, used to sell pieces of cloth. It was like a cloth market or that sort of thing. So they'd sell pieces of cloth. In comes Hill to Allison, defends that one again, just goes to the left of the bowler Hill and won't get a run there, but that is the end of the over. So 340 for 7 Worcestershire, with Leach on 11 and Allison on 54. Yeah, so this was all part of my education.
Yeah.
I just couldn't get over the fact that I had never heard of this place, because for me it just felt like it should be a major tourist attraction.
Yeah, I mean, you'll know from being around here, I'm sure you've probably done features back in the day on boots and all and things like that. Of this area, Leeds, Bradford, Halifax, sort of founded on the textile industry. So, hence what you were saying about the Peace Hall and Leeds with its coat of arms being the sheep, the golden fleece. Here is Ben Code bowling to Leach, who flicks that into the leg side and fielded by Ben Mike, who's gone out there to replace somebody, and they pick up a single. To Leach on the 12, 341 for 7. So yeah, the Leeds coat of arms with the sheep on it, wool indicator, etc.
And obviously the George Hotel in Huddersfield. Been there.
I mean, you and I, one of our favourite sports, wouldn't exist, perhaps. Well, it might still exist, but was founded there, of course, August of 1895. Cody's in, that's a ball short of length, and Allison tries to flick that away into the leg side, but makes a little bit of a haulix of it.
I did when Sri Lanka were here a few years ago. It was at 2016, and they played the test here and then one up at Durham. I decided to hire a car and drive up through the Dales, which was absolutely beautiful. What a great journey that is from here to Newcastle. So that's one of the loveliest things about sport, whichever sport it is, in getting to explore the areas around. I've been lucky enough to do that.
Yeah, here's Code again. Oh, Allison again tries to work to leg and ends up diverting it straight back down the pitch to the bowler. Bent Nielsen says at the end of the season you often talk about players owing a few goals, some runs, etc. In this case, Ben Cody's owed several wickets. His figures don't do him justice, says Bent.
Certainly. He's bowled well today. There's been the odd 4-ball, though, again. And the thing that Worcestershire have done very well has been patient and waited for those.
Yeah. Allison waits for this, and Code flicks it off his... Allison, in fact, flicks it off his legs. Code bowled it. And there's an interesting bit of fielding down at long leg by Matthew Revis. They've got back for a couple. Paul Spencer, good morning to you. He says, "Hi Jonathan, thanks for all the coverage over the season. Wonder what occupies you and your Worcestershire colleague through the winter months. I can't speak for Bradders, but I just get on my bike and look for work. Which cricket book or books do you reach for in the depth of winter to remind yourself of summer days will come again?" Old Wisdoms for Paul, he says, over in Lancaster, 1975 to 82. Yeah, that would keep you going. Here comes Code, a ball that's just nipping in slightly towards Allison, but he deals with it pretty well. I'd say book-wise, I mean, probably nothing go-to. I did love, and I've read it more than once, which is very unusual for me, The Art of Captaincy by Mike Brearley all those years ago. There's probably been a revised edition since then. But I am reading one at the moment called, I think it's The Perfect Distance. It's the rivalry, anyway, between Sebastian Coe and Steve Ovett on the track. Doesn't necessarily need to be cricket. Code wide on the crease, and Allison gets a wide delivery and leaves. Malcolm Palmer, just about it for the season. He says, once we've helped the pairs get promoted, it's been one we may like to forget. Points deductions, lousy weather, no luck at all. At least we've found a good opening pair, and I think George Hill has shown that he should be capped. Otherwise, all I can conclude is that we may do well to forget overseas players, but my real complaint is with the ruling bodies. No cricket to speak of through August, though I suppose you're not allowed to criticise the hundreds that no true fan can possibly want. Well, thanks for the comms and congrats to Worcestershire. I'll just squeeze a couple more in before I disappear. Duncan, good morning to you, who says congrats to Worcestershire from an exiled Glamorgan supporter, Duncan down in Kent. And Phil Vaughan, yeah, maybe I'll come back to that one, Phil, a bit longer when I'm on next, because George Hill is about to bowl from the Howard Stand end, and Mel's about to talk.
I am indeed. It's Leach on strike. It's in comes Hill over the wicket, and just with a high elbow pushes that back one to the bowler, fields off his own bowling. And I feel guilty when it comes to these discussions because I don't do winter. When the leaves start falling, it's usually my cue to leave and go somewhere else. And I'd sound awfully smug and annoying saying that, don't I? As in comes Hill.
Frankly, yes.
That one's just off the outside edge of the bat. Squeezes that one out behind point. They run through for a single.
I will do this email because it involves you. So Phil Vaughan says, it seems just a few hours ago when I was waiting for Grandmaster Howells to introduce the 2023 county cricket season, and now I'm hanging on to the last few hours. Please accept my heartfelt thanks to all concerned who continue to bring us such wonderful radio coverage with a mixture of knowledge, experience, history, storytelling and humour, even the occasional guest appearance from the likes of F.S. Truman.
In comes Hill, and that again is just defended out to mid-off by Allison.
I don't know what you're talking about, Phil. Magnificent bowling this morning by Yorkshire. Magnificent. For next season, he says, we must have much, much more of Mel Madder Farrell, as in Paramadder, which she explained in a colloquial elocution lesson to Churchy last week. Okay.
Oh, that's very kind. Someone's listening. Here comes Hill. He's in over the wicket, just defended straight back to Hill, who does a little bit of a football stop.
And he concludes, Phil, by the way, down in gloomy, windy Exeter, as he describes it, he says, yesterday I was talking to a man who had recently discovered a garden bench having moved house. Thinking it was a bonfire candidate, he gave it a quick rub down first, only to find a brass plaque engraved with The Mound, Lord's Cricket Ground. A quick bit of searching, and it turns out to be one of the benches installed in 1867. The previous owner was an MCC member and bought the bench in 1985 when the ground was sold to them. Not a bad find.
Awesome, that is. And that ball is outside the off stump from Hill and dispatched through the covers for 4 by Allison. A lovely shot, just flayed that one away. 4 more runs to the total. Worcestershire doing this nicely. 348 for 7 with Allison on 60 and Leach on 13. Well, thank you very much. That's lovely. And yes, a bit, Churchy's he's a bit posh, isn't he? He's always a bit London.
Yeah, yes.
Parramatta. So I did have to explain that
Parramatta.
it's Parramatta.
Churchy, of course, bit of rugby league as well, covering the Broncos back in the day. I was right, by the way, I'm not going mad. Samuel L. Jackson at the Peace Hall in November last year.
In comes Hill, and that one's just turned square, down to deep square leg by Allison. They'll get a single, and that is the end of the over. Yeah, well, there you go. It's the Peace Hall. Jonathan Deutsch is actually stepping away now after sending that. Thank you very much for all of your emails and messages and on social media every other way. It's really lovely to hear from you, and it's been wonderful to be part of the coverage at the end of the season. And
Yeah.
It's Dave Bradley. Bradders, you're back.
I am back.
How are you feeling?
I'm
Are you-
all right. I'm
you're-
really good, yeah.
Pair celebrations?
Yeah. And I had a lot of messages from a lot of people, so thank you very much. Most of the messages saying, give up. Retire, you're rubbish. But no, it's been really nice, and there's a statement from the CEO Ashley Giles saying, "Well done, everybody, and hard work brings its rewards," which I always think it does anyway. So, but these two are really cracking on, aren't they? So Jordan Thompson's coming into the attack from the Kirkstall Lane end, but Ben Allison once again proving what a good player he is. He's on 61. He waits for the first ball and he'll stay on 61, pushes this one into the covers. And Joe Leach at the other end on 13. Joe, always a very useful lower order batsman. Scored valuable runs for Worcestershire over the years. My concern, Mel, is this sky way to the west, which is going gradually greyer. Some of the flats away in the distance are starting to disappear. As Thompson is in and bowls, and that's so well. I think that was definitely a chance. It was going at a rate of knots, but it was hit in the air straight back to the bowler and went through his hands and away for 4. That's a replay of that. I'm not sure he picked it up, Jordan Thompson. Well, he didn't pick it up with his hands. Did he pick it up with his eyes? Boom! Cracks that back. No, he's just got a fingernail to it. He's cracked a fingernail. No,
yeah.
I mean, does he need advice? Do you know how to do that?
Have you seen the state of mine?
Wow.
No, it definitely doesn't need my advice. But I think all his weight was going the other way, wasn't
Yeah.
it? And his momentum was going the other way. So I guess a difficult one to get his hands up.
353 for 7, Worcestershire. So another batting bonus point. Which have not been too many of them this season. That's a fine shot again, just giving a bit of width there, and he smashed that one away through backward point for another 4. So Allison goes to 69.
It's equalling his highest score, I believe.
Yeah.
69 not out. His highest first class score. So this has been terrific from Allison. I guess too, you think, okay, they've already won promotion, but it'll just give a lift as well, isn't it? If you play so well in your last game, just to know that you did that at the end of the season.
Yeah, and you can say, oh, well, they won't play again until next April, but it does. Yeah, I'm a big believer in momentum in sport. Only one slip really now, one slip and a forward slip as Allison pushes this one away on the offside for a single. The new ball not really doing what Yorkshire hoped this morning. Well, we've had just over an hour's play, and let's add all that up. 78 runs added in an hour and 5 minutes this morning, so not the result they were looking for, not the outcome they were looking for.
No, it's really all been about Worcestershire.
Thompson in bowls very short, and Leach ducks underneath it, although I think he could probably have stood up and that would have gone over his head anyway. But I'm just looking at the Meteorological Office forecast for Leeds, and on our feed they're just showing the shot away in the distance, which does look as if it might be closing in.
Yeah, I think if once you can't see those hills out there, you're in trouble.
is next ball's down the leg side, flicked away by Leach, straight down to fine leg for a single, one more to the Worcestershire total, which goes to 359 for 7. I remember I very early in doing this, I had a game at Bradford.
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 That's with a T.
Bradford.
Bradford.
Worcestershire were there. It was horrible. It was early season. It might have been beginning of May or the end of April. I think there was actually snow away in the distance, and one of the locals there said there's the old Mills upon the top, and he said, "Yeah, if you can see Mill, it's going to rain. If you can't see Mill, it's raining," and he was spot on. It was horrible. We actually we didn't leave the hotel one morning because they got a phone call from the umpire saying, "Don't even bother." So and it was cold, bleak. Bleak it was.
There are times I wish you'd get those phone calls, those days when you spend the entire day just watching the rain. As in comes Hill, first ball of his over, and that one's driven straight to Masood at mid-off by Leach. They won't get a run.
Yeah, one of my claims to fame is I scored a goal at Bradford Park Avenue, because Bradford Park Avenue used to be a football league team until they went bust. But part of the ground was still there. So we got a football out when it had stopped raining and played a game of football. And I reckon I scored a goal at Bradford Park Avenue. Not many can say that.
You've got to take all of those.
Yeah.
Claim them all. As in comes Hill, and that one's just played across the line to mid-wicket by Leach. Again, dot ball. Right. Another place that spent a bit of time at, the Odsal Bowl. Fog.
Oh.
It would descend at times into the Odsal Bowl.
Massive crowds there they used to get. Rugby league.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question too. I would like to know why Worcestershire are the pairs.
I can explain that.
Good. Hill is running in over the wicket. Leach, again, just fairly flat-footed, plays it out into the covers for a dot.
Well, there are 3 black pairs on their badge. And the black pear tree is reasonably rare. There's more around these days than there used to be. And there's a black pear tree on the Worcestershire ground. So the 3 black pears represent the county. So that's why they're called... They were never called the pears until recently. But because Warwickshire are the bears, Worcestershire had to be the pears.
In comes Hill. And that one is better timed by Leach. He's got that past fielder at extra cover. Get a single... There's some sweeping out on the boundary. That's really good to know. So is the tree still there?
There's a black pear tree on. Basically, as far as I'm aware, and somebody's going to text me and say you're talking complete rubbish. Once they're ripe, the pears go black, and they taste horrible. I've had some black pear jam, which is not too bad, but you wouldn't eat a black pear, I don't think.
Allison on strike. Hill is in. Just defends that one out into the covers, no run. So, because I have not heard of black pears, and people who were listening to last week when I was on with Mark Church, you would have heard me talking about the fact that I'm an orchardist daughter. I grew up on an orchard.
All right.
And we had apples, pears, plums, and cherries. So I do consider myself quite a fruit expert in many ways, as in comes Hill, and that one's just played out to Shah Masood, mid-off. No run there, so that is the end of Hill's over 360 for 7 with Allison on 70 and Leach on 15. So yeah, I grew up with a lot of fruit around, and you never heard of black pears though.
No, but you were talking about Bramley. Was it yesterday with Deutsche?
Yeah, Bramley apples.
Bramley apples.
Yeah, we didn't have those, so there are a lot of varieties that you have here that we don't have in Australia. So we had Jonathan's and Delicious and Granny Smith.
Granny Smith.
Yeah, all sorts. Love a Snowy, a Bonza.
A Snowy?
Snowy. They're small ones with very white flesh and a red skin.
All right. Don't know those. Here's the next ball from Thompson, played to mid-on. Milnes the fielder, no run. Worcestershire are 360 for 7. So where does Snowy come from? Is it not from the Snowy River?
I think it's I think it's a snowy white flesh. It's very white on the inside. Some are a little bit more yellow, red, very bright red skin, and it doesn't have a crown. So you know at the bottom
Okay.
of an apple, some apples are round,
Yeah.
like a snowy, and some have a little crown on them.
Oh, right. Next ball, Joe Leach has smashed this through the covers. I wondered if he did that to a fielder because he didn't move. He just hit it and stood there as if to say, can somebody go and fetch that ball back, please?
Well, he doesn't move his feet a lot, does he? It's very much a sort of stand and deliver, just a small step forward, crunches it, and he is quite solid and set.
He's a big bloke, Joe Leach. You wouldn't want to run into him on a dark night. Down an alley or a gillet or whatever he was talking about.
A snicket or a ginnel.
Snicket or a
gillet.
No.
I think that's something else.
He'd make a very good, I don't know, he could be a number 8 at rugby. Thompson in bowls, this is short, and he just ducks underneath it, Joe Leach.
I'm sure if you met Joe Leach on a dark night in a snicket or a ginnel or a snickleway or an alley or whatever it is, he'd probably be very helpful. Pull out a torch and help you find your way back home.
You never met Joe Leach, have you?
No, I haven't. I like to assume the best.
I'll introduce you with that scenario. No, I like Joe. He's a fine man. He's waiting for this ball, and this is short. He's pulled this one away down to deep square leg, just down there. Who's that on the rope? Is there a 12th man on? I don't know who that is down there.
No, it's not. Oh, yeah, it's James Wharton.
Oh, is it?
It is.
What's he doing hanging around down there?
Probably
Probably
fielding.
Probably waiting for Joe Leach to come along with a torch.
I like to assume the best in people.
I tell you what, he's a super guy. Joe. Started his career as a batsman, hardly bowled when he first started playing. Here's Ben Allison waiting for the next ball, which is turned away on the onside. There is no run. Milnes, the fielder at mid-wicket, Worcestershire 365 for 7 under, I'm going to say, darkening skies at Headingley.
Yeah, I can see the sun has got that thing where it's like a diffused bulb at the moment.
Yeah.
It's there, but...
If the weather forecast is correct, I'm not sure how much cricket we're going to get this afternoon. But it is a forecast, and you never know. Thompson in bowls. This is on the leg stump, flicked away by Ben Allison, who does have his highest score in first-class cricket. He's gone on to 71. And I said this before, I think Ben Allison looks a really good cricketer. I'm not sure how Essex are fixed for all-rounders next season, but I think he could do very well.
Well, he's looked fantastic today. He's looked very comfortable. It's been the hallmark. I've said this about a few of the Worcestershire batters, but they've just been so good at waiting for the 4 balls. There's been quite a lot of runs scored through boundaries, and Allison has 14 boundaries in his 71. But they've just been really happy to be patient and yet also be proactive and aggressive when the ball's there to be hit. So it's made it look very calm, really, this particular first innings, as we see Dom Bess, the mucky pup, as I think we've christened him, the mucky pup Dom Bess, who, true to that description, has got dirt all over his trousers.
What to pick an 11 of untidy cricket.
Well, it's a sign of a committed fielder. He comes around the wicket to Allison, and he's just played that one nicely past the fielder at mid-wicket, goes down to long on for a single. It's a sign of commitment in the field, isn't it? If you're happy to get your whites dirty. So I think being a mucky pup is actually a compliment.
Yeah. Way before you're almost before my time. There was a guy who played for Warwickshire.
As Leach waits, Bess is in over the wicket to Leach, and it's full. And he's just blocked that one, dribbles out in front of him, no run.
A.C. Smith, Alan Smith, who was a wicketkeeper, who could bowl as well. And I think he was probably the untidiest cricketer I've ever seen.
In comes Bess, over the wicket again, and it's on the back foot defending. This time the ball plops out to the leg side.
His pads when he walked were all floppy at the top, and he looked as if he hadn't ironed his shirt for about 6 years. Good player. Played for England.
Bess over the wicket. Down the track comes Leach this time on the attack. Drives that straight past the bowler. And that is 4 runs. Lovely shot. He decided to use his feet and get to the pitch of the ball on that occasion. And plenty of muscle behind it as well. So 4 runs to Leach. He moves on to 24. 307 for 7. 371 for 7. Now Worcestershire. Lovely shot from Leach.
Put on 70, these two. In fairly quick time.
Yeah, after there'd been quite a few handy partnerships after early on it was a bit wobbly for Worcestershire. They got to the measure of this game and this attack very well. In this one from Leach is floated up by Bess.
It looked as if he was going to welly that, didn't it?
It's just got pushed out into the covers. It won't get a run, but he did offer that one up. Did Bess? In he comes again to Leach over the wickets. Flatter this one. And there's a little bit of a shout. They think he got maybe a little edge on it. It's just gone through to keeper anyway, no run. But Bess got all excited for a second. I don't think anyone else was. And the end of his over, 371 for 1. Allison 72, batting beautifully. Leach is contributing very well as well on 24.
I thought he did well there, Don Bess, because he got hit for 4, and then he floated one up. And Joe Leach looked as if he was going to whack it, and then realised it wasn't there. And then he bowled a quicker one, which completely confused the batsman. So a good comeback, as they say.
A good comeback.
Thompson to continue. Right arm over to the right-handed Allison, who's on 72, and first ball of the over. He will stay on 72 as he plays it to mid-wicket. There is no run. Don't want to keep on about it, but I reckon not far from here it could be raining away in the distance.
I think we'll see it coming in.
Yeah.
So
It's might be raining in Halifax.
at the Peace Hall.
He said with no great knowledge, really. I mean, it's that way, but it's over there somewhere, Halifax. It used to be. Here's Thompson in, and forward comes Allison, plays the ball back up the pitch. I don't know if it's still there, but there used to be a chip shop. When I used to cover football, I went to Halifax town a few times at the Shea, and there used to be just down from there a chip shop which was run by a Rastafarian. And it's the only Rastafarian chippy I've ever been in. But he had the hat on and everything. But his fish and chips were marvellous. So it was often the highlight of the day. If the team that you were covering had lost, a Rasta chippy just down the hill. Is Thompson in and bowls, and this is turned away on the outside. They're going to go through for a quick single. They'll have to be quick. Milnes throw misses the stumps. And Allison was probably home relatively comfortably, having played the shot called and run at the same time. Worcestershire 372 for 7.
Oddly enough, so earlier this year in April, found myself in Antigua for a month.
Oh, yeah, as you do.
As you do. Commentating on a tournament. Also the Scotland squad were there training ahead of their World Cup qualifiers. So I did find myself, had organised a trip to a Rastafarian farm.
All right.
And I went along. They got there first because I'd almost run out of petrol.
Thompson is the bowler. Leach is the batsman. Tattersall is the wicketkeeper. He takes the ball because Leach has ducked underneath it.
They'd organised a car for me and a driver's licence, and I set off, and the direction I went, I didn't realise that they dropped off an empty car, like empty of petrol.
All right.
And there were no petrol stations, and eventually I found someone who pointed me in the direction of the water, and I drove down thinking, what on earth? And it was actually a dock where they filled up boats, but they very kindly put some petrol in my car so that I could go on to the Rastafarian farm.
Thompson in bowls. Leach trying to get this one on leg stump, flicks it away through mid wicket. Could race away for 4, and it does. Just clips over the rope. So Leach gets 4 more, and he goes to 28, and Worcestershire to 376 for 7. What was all that bother about getting to 300? What was all that about?
I don't know, but so it was really interesting because I arrived at the Rastafarian farm. The Scotland team were already there. I hadn't met any of them, but it's actually a religion And so when I arrived, women had to cover their hair and wear long skirts. And so I rocked up with none of those things.
Thompson into bowl to Leach. Leach drives through the offside. Might be getting 4 more here. No, it'll be cut off. It just went out of my view for a split second. Cut off down on the boundary. And Worcestershire pick up another 2. Got 2 for that, yeah. And Leach has 30. Allison 73. They're 378 for 7.
Nice shot to finish off the over. So I rock up in my car, but I can't get out of the car until one of the women who worked there brought me over this sort of big head wrap arrangement and this big voluminous coloured skirt to put on over my jeans. I looked absolutely ridiculous. It wasn't my look. But then we had a tour of the farm, and it was actually incredibly interesting. They've served us soup made from all the produce that was grown on the farm.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it was a very interesting experience, learning more about the Rastafarian culture.
Yeah.
As Dom Bess is to continue his spell, he's round the wicket to Allison, who just has a big flay at that one. And it goes down behind point, and chasing fielder keeps it to just 1, or did they manage a second
2.
there? They did come back for a second as I was watching the fielder. 380 for 7. So, yeah, there's a lot more to it than I actually realised, but very interesting culture. In comes Bess around the wicket to Allison again, who just plays this straight back to Bess.
Based on the teachings of Haile Selassie, isn't it? Rastafarianism, who I found out not so long ago.
As Bess comes in around the wicket to Allison, who drives at that one, but it's straight out to Masood. It's been patrolling mid-off all match.
Used to live in the town of Malvern, where I live. I lived there for a while. Well, I think he was in exile, but I'm not sure. Should find out.
Here is Bess. Floats that one up and he's bowled him. Knocked the off stump straight over. And that's a breakthrough that will please Yorkshire because they've been frustrated by this partnership. Allison departs for 75 and Worcestershire now 380 for 8.
Yeah, that was some out of the blue, wasn't it, that one? It was yesterday when Kashi Fali was out. It didn't look like a wicket was coming, and then he just lobbed one back to Don Bess. Sorry, I'm going to cough here.
That's right. I think he might have got an inside edge. He said it's got his back to me, but I think as that replay flashed up, he might have just got an inside edge. Anyway, the result is the same. It's the stumpers now being replaced by the umpires who are also, are they looking at their light meter?
Just getting a replay, and no, it's turned a bit.
Oh, it has turned, yeah.
In Money got the thinnest of inside edges. No, they're looking, I think they got their, it looks as if they got books out or something, don't you? They were getting, I think it's just turned, isn't it? I think they were getting light meters out. Jonathan Deutsch never knowingly makes a quiet entrance. I'm surprised there wasn't some trumpets.
Don't wind him up. He's already had a go at me because I don't follow him on Twitter now, known as X, and I've discovered both of your handles, so I will be following both.
Only 23% of people in this country use X or Twitter. Call it what you like. I looked at that the other day.
That's more than I thought.
77% of people don't use. Anyway,
the smart ones.
Yeah. Anyway, Ben Gibbon coming in, who's got a bit of reputation against Yorkshire, having a last wicket stand at New Road with Adam Finch, which kind of changed the game.
He's on strike now as Bess comes in around the wicket. He just plays that watchfully, jams the bat down. It spits out into the covers. No runs. No run even. Bess in again, he crouches, and that time he drives and the ball does get past a fielder at extra cover, and it's rolling away towards the boundary. Big chase on, and they've done well. The relay fielder Masood scooping up. Is that James Wharton still out there? Anyway, that results in 3 runs for Gibbon. He is off the mark. Worcestershire 283 for 8, and Leach is also still out there on 30. That over from Bess, claiming the wicket of Allison, who had looked really, really strong out there throughout his innings, but this is still very, very good stuff from Worcestershire.
Yeah, Ben Gibbon and Adam Finch came together with Worcestershire in all sorts of trouble and put on 63 for the last wicket in that match at New Road. And because they were kind of in, they opened the batting. They just kept their pads on and went back out and batted for, I think, about another 10 overs. I'm going to go and talk to the good people of Herefordshire and Worcestershire, of which there are not many, has to be said.
Oh, I don't believe that.
I'll let Mr. Deutsch come quietly back in here.
Thank you very much, brothers. And hello to all the good people who are out there listening from the Worcestershire region and Hereford as well, who will undoubtedly be celebrating the fact that their team is going to be in Division 1 in 2024. And welcome back to Jonathan Deutsch.
Oh, look.
Oh, that was the worst attempt at an Australian
Thanks,
accent.
Here's Revis from the Kirkstall line end. It's an
Actually,
open face. Gibbon pushes it out to point. There's no run.
oh, that's very good. I should swap. You're going to ask me to commentate in a Yorkshire accent. I would be very bad.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on.
No, if I do a northern accent, it ends up sounding Lancashire. And then I'd be in real trouble, wouldn't
You
I?
certainly would round these parts. Yeah. It's just a great accent, to be fair. I love Aussie. Sam Thaiday, the utility with ability. He told me once on an interview. Here's Revis from the Kirkstall end. Oh, good delivery, gone. Yep, outside edge. Gibbon has got a tickle, and no big partnerships for him on this occasion, because a 9th Worcestershire wicket has gone with a score on 383, and Gibbon caught Tattersall, bowled Revis for 3.
So the wicket's falling now, just 1 remaining for Worcestershire. They've achieved the main goal for the day in attaining promotion, of course. But now the tail just falling away, perhaps. But they will undoubtedly be feeling very happy in the dressing room at the moment. Not quite celebrating yet. Maybe wait until after this game is finished until they're able to celebrate properly.
Yeah, I dare say there might be
Might be a
just
little,
a hint of celebration.
Just a
Maybe this evening.
just a quiet one.
Yeah, probably just a quiet one, and then wait until. You'd have thought maybe wait until the boys are all back home, wouldn't you? End of the week, something like that.
I think they've
Have
got
a
their
get together.
presentation on Saturday because someone actually asked me if I wanted to go.
You've got
Welcome
friends
to
in high
go.
places, you haven't you?
Well, the guys down in the press box, sitting down in the press box. But I'm very pleased for Alan Richardson, someone I've known for a while. Of course, he was involved with Warwickshire. Lives not far from me in Birmingham, very close to my favourite pub, actually, in Harborne. So he's done some great stuff with a county that is one of the counties that is perhaps not as blessed with some of the riches of other counties as well. But he and Ashley Giles can feel pretty happy about their achievements this year. Of course, Josh Tongue as well, getting selected to England, so fulfilling the role of producing players that the county system should be doing. So they've done very, very well there. They're going to find it hard work, though, I imagine, in Division 1, but you never know. You've got to be in it to win it.
Ravi then to Dylan Pennington, who's the new man out there for Worcestershire, and gets a delivery that leaves him. There's an appeal from both Tattersall and the ever-appealing Adam Lythe at second slip, but not out.
He does. I was watching them have their little football warm-up yesterday before the game, and Adam Lythe seemed like he was the loudest, the most boisterous of all.
Yeah, if you hear the high-pitched, I can't really do an impression of that, but the high-pitched sort of yelp when one of either his team do well or the other team don't, that's usually him. As Revis is in and Pennington drops one into the offside. And there is no run, Bess. the mucky,
Mucky pup.
filthy Dom Best does the fielding.
Yeah, I think he is. He is the mucky pup, the MP. But as I said, that's actually a compliment because it's a sign of commitment in the field.
Yeah, no doubting that on his account. So Revis turns again at the end of his run to increasing gloom here at Headingley. A ball that just shapes in gently towards Pennington, pats it out into the offside. No run.
To be fair, Jordan Thompson is also quite mucky out there.
Yeah.
Not quite to Dom Best mucky. Like,
No. But he'd be the epitome of sort of commitment to a cause. Well, JT. Forever Dormer says, good morning again. Yorkshire needs a cutting edge. I agree with the earlier comment. Hill should be capped. Genuine all-rounder. And Revis in. And that's pushed into the offside by Pennington. Up to Masood at mid-off. No run. Forever Dormer goes on. Generally, the commentaries by all on the live stream and online this season have been better than Yorkshire's on-field performances. Thanks. I'm not sure about that, Forever Dormo, and I'll hark back to what I was saying pretty much in the first half hour yesterday, that if you genuinely look back through the county championship season from where Yorkshire's standpoint is, yes, they can do nothing about the 48-point deduction, but in terms of how they've played, in the time they've been allowed to play, because of the weather, then I think they would have been bang up there challenging.
That's the way seasons sometimes go, as Bess is in around the wicket to Leach, and he just paddles that one to square leg. Tattersall runs out and does the fielding himself. No run.
Stuart Johns is basically saying on his little tweet that, his little X, that you've made the commentary more enjoyable. Keep the laughter coming. I don't know what you're talking about, Stuart.
In comes Bess, and that is a mighty heave by Joe Leach. He's gone straight down over, wide, long on, 6 runs, and that was a powerful blow by Leach.
Yeah, he certainly got all of that, as they say.
Down the track he came. He's done that a couple of times. Hit one straight down the ground, drove for 4, but that was a mighty blow from Leach, who I'm sure he would show you the way home with the torch if you ever needed him to, and you'd feel safe having that sort of power at your side. Here comes Bess, and this time it's watchfully defended off the back foot by Leach. 389 for 9 now. Worcestershire with he's 2 out there remaining.
Yeah, I'm thinking Joe Leach, what, rugby league-wise, maybe hooker, something like that, running from dummy half.
Yeah, definitely. In comes Leach. Down the wicket he comes, but he's only able to defend the ball. I think Dom Best saw him coming, adjusted his length, and dropped that one at his feet. So no run there. Yeah, definitely. He'd tackle well, although too, wouldn't he? From the base of the scrum. Here comes Bess again, and this one just rolls out from the bat. Tattersall comes in front of the stumps and sends it back.
Bit of a Benny Elias.
I think he's broader than Benny
Yeah.
Elias. In comes Bess, floats this one up. He's swept this one, but got a top edge, and that's taken. Well taken by the fielder. He was running backwards. The ball had gone straight up, and it's Ben Code who's taken that extremely well after bowling extremely well. Tracked it all the way, and that is the final wicket to fall. So Leach goes for 36, and Worcestershire all out for 389. In the end, it was a fine batting performance all along by Worcestershire. They lost a few wickets early after being sent into bat yesterday. It was a delayed start to the day, and they had a few early wickets fall. But apart from Jake Libby looked good early on, but really it was the partnership between Kashif Ali, who made 93, and Brett D'Oliveira, who got to his century, 103. He was out this morning, LBW Milnes, with Worcestershire needing just 1 run to secure their promotion to the First Division. But in the end, they got there. Ben Allison 75 was terrific for them today. Joe Leach, 36, the last wicket to fall. And I'm going to let you wrap up, and I'm actually, do you know what I'm going to do?
Going to get on the train to Birmingham.
I'm going to go get on the train to Birmingham. I'll keep tabs with you if you get on this afternoon, and I'll give you progress reports. But congratulations to Worcestershire. They have done a fine job this morning. They've gained promotion, 389 all out.
Safe journey.
Thanks.
Mel on her way, and that was 389 all out in 102 complete overs at 12:06 in the afternoon. For those of you who like those little things at the end of an innings, Dylan Pennington not out 0 from 4 deliveries, and Joe Leach was caught by Ben Code off the bowling of Dom Bess for 36 from 46 deliveries, and did a sterling job at the end. So they've put a score on the board here. One of our colleagues in the press box, Graham Hardcastle, is convinced that everything is working towards being set up for a game now on Friday, because there's nothing for either side to lose if they lose it. And so we could be in for an exciting final day, or a couple of days. Yeah. And it's quite a positive way of looking at things on what may be a negative-ish afternoon and evening session here. The floodlights are on. There is no rain at the moment. The ground staff working on the pitch between innings, of course. But it is getting gloomier and gloomier, and so, well, we don't want to sit here talking weather all day. We're just preparing you really for the fact that we might not get a full day's playing today. But let's hope that that both sides are of a mind. I think if discussions and indications previously in matches this season from Otis Gibson or anything to go by, he'd surely be up for a bit of fun on Friday, and that both sides trying to finish the season with a win. So we'll see, brothers.
Hadn't occurred to me, but it'd be good if they did.
The other thing to say is that the Yorkshire bowling figures were as follows. Ben Code, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 52, bowled well. Matt Milnes, better yesterday probably than today when he took his 2 wickets, but either way I'm sure he'll be grateful to have figures of 19 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 79 against his name on his return to first team action. George Hill bowled well yesterday, 2 for 54 from 16 overs and 5 maidens. Jordan Thompson, not at his best, nearly went for 5 and over from 16 overs, 2 maidens, none for 73. Matthew Revis, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 62, just shy of 6 and over. And then Dom Best, I thought, he's coming for some criticism this year, and of course he's been off elsewhere at times, but I can't say that you'd say anything other than he bowled well across both days. 21 overs he got through, 5 maidens, and I think he deserved to pick up a few wickets towards the end, and he finished with 3 for 55. There were 22 extras, and Worcestershire 389 all out. Shall we take a quick breather before they come back out?
I think
I
might go and make a cup of tea.
Oh, you do that. That's wonderful.
I think I can remember how to do it.
Good man. Back soon. Welcome back then. 3 points apiece so far, Yorkshire and Worcestershire. And as we know, but if you've just come in from the Planet Zog, Worcestershire have achieved promotion back to Division 1 of the County Championship this morning, something that Yorkshire haven't. And in fact, remain rooted to the foot of the second division table, the strongest team in the entire competition, propping up everybody else. They trail by 389, and we have Joe Leach to bowl the first over, the first delivery to Adam Lyth.
Bowling from the far end from us, the Howard stand in bowls and goes back and across, goes Lyth, just plays the ball back down the pitch. Floodlights shining down, the lights in the hospitality boxes at the far end as well are beginning to shine quite brightly.
I did a one day at Radlett the other week with Tim Della.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what the two ends are called? And he said, the far end and this end, yeah.
This end and that end. Here's Leach in a bowls, and that has gone off a pad straight to Azhar Ali at first slip. There's a lead appeal, it's too high for an LBW, but the Worcestershire slips are Azhar Ali, Josh Baker, Jake Libby and Ben Allison. And certainly for most of the season Azhar Ali wouldn't have been there, and certainly Ben Allison because he's on loan of course. Kashif Ali is at cover point. Skipper D'Oliveira is at mid-on as Leach comes in and bowls. This is pushed away on the offside, and they will come through for a comfortable single. Also we got Ben Gibbon at mid-wicket, Dylan Pennington down at fine leg. Jack Haynes, normally in the slips, he's got a hand injury, so he is at mid-off and did the fielding on that occasion. So Yorkshire on their way, in reply to Worcestershire's 389 all-out, which looked a bit unlikely at 67 for 4 yesterday morning. Leach in bowls and pushed away by Bean, who got a very good 100 at New Road earlier in the season. Finley Bain, impressive 100, I would say.
Yeah, the second of 3 that he's scored, and that remains his highest first-class score. In fact, no, my apologies, it was the last of the 3 he scored.
Leach turns, races in and bowls, and this is pushing away on the offside. Once again, they'll pick up a single as Haynes mid-off goes away to his right. The shadows of the players are beginning to develop as the floodlights take hold, if that's a phrase to describe floodlights, and getting ever brighter. Yeah, just away to the west. We're told about Hurricane Agnes or Storm Agnes as Leach is in and bowls and pushed away direct to Haynes on this occasion. That's the end of Joe Leach's over. 2 for 0. Yorkshire 1 apiece for Lyth and Bean. About these high winds that have come in, but they're not, because the trees away, certainly away to the west, are not moving at all. They are as stationary as a tree can be. But there's some lights flashing on a building away in Leeds centre away to our left. They are getting a lot brighter as well, those sort of aircraft warning lights. Well, that'd be a very low aircraft if it went anywhere near that. What's that building down there then, Deutsche? You're the local man. Is that the Leeds Building Society or something?
The one that's popping out over the top of the east stand?
The one that's got the lights flashing just away to your left. Got it?
Yeah, got it now.
You don't know what it is. It's all right, mate. You can fib. Nobody will know.
I'd like to be accurate in my description.
You could say it's the Shard.
It's the Yorkshire Shard.
The Yorkshire Shard. There's got to be one.
Dylan Pennington, who I've mentioned numerous times when these counties have played each other, somebody who usually impresses me with the ball. It's opening from the Kirkstall lane end. His first delivery, not that impressive, but it was okay. It was wide of Finley Bean's off stump, and there was no run. These two, by the way, if you think there's nothing to play for here, Well, there's certainly personal records for the pair who are opening now. They've had a tremendous time of things and have been a big plus for Yorkshire this year. In finding an established set opening pair. Finley Bean needs 58 runs in addition to the one he already has in this innings to make it to 1,000 in the championship this year. And Pennington bowling to him now. He drops it into the offside and there's no run. Adam Lyth in that race to 1,000. Well, he's a little bit closer. He needs 42 more runs to get to 1,000. And don't you think that this match does not matter? Lyth averaging 50.42 at this moment in time, and Bean averaging 49.57, so it's close.
So opening batsman,
right across the board.
For opening batsman, that's decent, isn't it?
Yeah. Pennington in then, and slants one across. Bean once again, four slips waiting for an opportunity that doesn't come with that ball. It was an easy leave. And they both have played really well. In fact, in my head, and I don't know why, but you have this sometimes, don't you? Until you look at the figures, I felt like Finley had probably played better than Adam, but
yeah,
I think it's probably clouded by the fact that Adam Lyth didn't have as good a T20 series in the middle when Finley wasn't playing, and so you've seen a few more innings where he's not got quite as many runs. Bean in, beautiful drive down the ground, and if that's a marker for how Finley Bean is going to play in this innings, then he's going to play very well. 4 runs and 6 without loss.
Yeah, Jack Haynes gave that one up fairly quickly in the chase. Nice shot. Yeah, 1,000 runs in a season, you've done pretty well, haven't you, in county cricket now with only 14 games. I mean, in the past, batsmen scored 2,000. They did the double, 1,000 runs and 100 wickets. Nobody's ever going to do that again. Mainly because they don't play enough cricket, or enough 4-day cricket, enough championship cricket, if you like.
In Finley's case, only 13 matches as Pennington comes in, and that's slanted across. Bean, who plays inside the line, no run. He was left out in the 1-wicket defeat by Durham at Chesterley Street back in May, and then Saud Shakil took a blow on the helmet. There was a bit of controversy over the concussion substitution because he also did turned an ankle or something like that. And so Finley was brought in as a concussion sub for the second innings of that match, but had been left out. He got 20 odd, something like that. I'll tell you more precisely, as Pennington bowls to him now, and he's beaten by this one that looks like it jags in slightly on him. So well bowled Dylan Pennington. End of the second over, 6 without loss. And in that match, just to clear it up, he made 22 in the second innings, having not batted because he wasn't part of the team during the first.
Wasn't it at... I'm just fiddling around with the microphone. Wasn't it at Durham where Surrey had a concussion and there was a lot of conjecture as to who the replacement would be because they'd only got 12 players there? And I think, I'm doing this from memory, a batsman got a concussion and they'd only got a bowler to replace him. So there was a lot of to-ing and fro-ing. Leach is in bowls, slightly inside edges there from line. He didn't get the whole bat on it, but he pushes it away confidently enough to mid-wicket. Lunch today is at 12:40, and then we'll see where we get to after that. Because we've got 104 overs in the day in the schedule, tea is at 3:40. Anyway,
Probably.
it's later. It's after lunch tea, definitely. Leach in bowls, pushed away by Lyth to backward point. Quite a few messages, obviously, for Worcestershire promotion. 2, exactly the same. When do we play Nottinghamshire? Next season, which could be interesting.
3:30.
3:30 tea. Yeah, that's not when Worcestershire play Nottinghamshire, but it could be an interesting scenario with possibly 4 of the Notts team being ex-Worcestershire players.
Not Notts taking players from other counties? No.
Apparently. Next ball off the back. Well, that's a nice shot from Lyth. Timed that one. There's a chase on, but they're not going to cut that one off. Lovely shot off the back foot. No great power in it, but just nicely timed. Right off the sweet spot. Goes to 5. Both batsmen have got 5. Yorkshire have 10.
Yeah, when he's playing well. I still don't think there's a more fluent player playing in the domestic game at the moment.
Yeah. We once formed a gritty 11, players who do it day in, day out, never give their wicket away, never bowl rubbish. And I think Adam Lloyd would probably be in that. Next ball flicked away on the onside. And there's no run, a diving stop there by Ben Gibbon at mid. Worcestershire have their sweaters on today, so they no numbers are visible on their back.
I might take issue with never gives his wicket away.
Oh, well, you see him more than me. Does he? Occasionally give his wicket away?
Just thinking back to last week, for example, at Leicester.
Oh, right.
But he's. I'm talking about when he's striking the ball, just natural fluency, beautiful to watch.
Yeah. Leach in, bowls, and forward comes at live, pushed up to mid-off. I suppose it was more a reliable 11. And there were people like Joe Leach in it, Rushworth, Wayne Madsen, who always gets runs against Worcestershire. People like that.
He got 174 against Glamorgan here early in the season, when that was the one good draw, if you like, when Yorkshire probably should have lost the game, and he was just outstanding, playing the sort of innings that was full of grit, full of everything really. It went on so long, periods of this, periods of that,
No, you can't believe that there's 10 runs on the board and there's something wrong with the ball. What have we had? 6, 12, 17 balls. And Joe Leach has shown it to the umpire.
I think the ball manufacturers deal with the ECB needs to be revisited if this can't be continued.
I think they could
in use.
They could make them in a blue tack and they'd last longer, I think. Anyway, we're not going to change it. So Leach with the original ball in and bowls, and no ball, a struck for 4 through the covers, just put away.
And that's it, isn't it? He's just lent on that. This is what I'm talking about in terms of his style, really.
Yeah. He knows his game there, doesn't he? And just eases into it. Boom, away you go.
There's such a temptation when you play the game that you want to hit the ball, don't you? You get a wide half volley like that, and you want to go bang. And some of these players, such as Lyth and Milan, they just lean on it.
Leach in, bowls, and this time off the back foot plays to cover point. Kashif Ali is the fielder there. That completes the over, and I'll have to go and talk to some other people.
We'll let you off for a few minutes. So Adam Lyth on to 9, which takes him to 9.66 for the season. Finley Bean's 5 has got him at 9.46, and that's another case in point. If they're not forced to get there obviously, but if they do, who might get there the quicker? It's varied this season as to who's been out of the blocks with more haste, as Pennington is in. Finley Bean just pushing that up to mid-off, and there is no run. So lunch in 11 minutes time. His first box to tick is to get to that stage without having been parted out there in the middle. Tony Sweeney says, is it just me, or has Don Best got his mojo back a bit? Good to see however his future progresses. As in comes Pennington, and Bean flicks it into the leg side, and there is no run. Well, of course, Dan Moriarty on his way as a permanent signing, left-arm spinner from Surrey next season. 3-year deal, I think it is. And so there will be competition for places because, as we know, as we're seeing in this match, for example, 2 spinners at Headingley is not something you see very often. Pennington is in. Oh, good delivery that beats Bean on the rise. He might say he just pulled his bat inside the line, but Yeah, the moral victory, if you like, comes down in favour slightly of the bowler. So yeah, Moriarty, left arm spin, Bess off spin. It's going to be interesting competition between the pair of them. Only 5, of course, of Yorkshire's home games played at this ground and 2 at Scarborough. Pennington pounding in again, and Bean plays that one round about waist height square on the leg side. We'll get through for another single, 17 without loss. Andy Walker has emailed in, bbcwestyorkshiresport@gmail.com. I have to say I've missed only one day of your commentaries this season, JD. Do I get a gold watch for it? Well, we value your support, Andy, as you well know. But missing a day. I have to have words with you about that. Here's Pennington. And Lyth punches out to mid-off. No run, he says, but seriously, I've got to say thanks to all the BBC commentators, guest summarisers and sundry others, including some, frankly, hilarious Yorkshire first-team players who've entertained so superbly in the past 170-odd days. Obviously a difficult season for Yorkshire, but we look to better days, and I've got great confidence in this squad, he says. I think they've learned a lot this season, especially players like Finlay Bean, Matty Revis and George Hill. As Pennington comes in for the final ball of the over, and Lyth not altogether timing his little push up to mid-off, end of the over though, no harm done. He's on 9, Bean on 6, 17 without loss. Andy goes on, it's also been really good to see Ben Code back to his old self and bowling superbly, but losing 1,800 overs this season has meant that we really had very little chance. It's just the way it goes some years, and we'll be back of this, I am sure. And congratulations to Durham and Worcestershire on their promotions, which have both been very well deserved. My beloved Keighley Cougars went down this season, so maybe we could have a little bit of Eddie Waring to cheer us all up. And he says it's a Ginnell and always haddock, never cod.
And I remember the Monday night rugby league floodlit knockout.
Was it? I thought it was Tuesday, but anyway.
Oh, yeah. Perhaps it was on Tuesday. I remember that well.
Tuesday night, just over the way there at Headingley.
Black and white.
Police Constable John Atkinson with a try in the right-handed corner.
Here's Joe Leach in and bowls and turned to mid-wicket. That was very good, that. I like that. Sounded just like Richard Burton. We did good effort.
Where was I this morning?
I don't know. I
had an appointment this morning before I came in, and on the radio, the DJ, whichever station it was talking over a bed, which was the theme tune to It's a Knockout, also known as Beanbag was the name of that tune by Herb Alpert and the T. Warner Brass.
Yeah, that was Eddie Waring, wasn't it? And then
Phil Rouge.
Stuart Hall, who we don't mention anymore. The ball's gone out of shape apparently, so the umpires are going to get a new ball. Might as well go off for lunch, lads, and come back with another ball.
Very good ball for the early bath.
The early bath. The Joscon Frontier, wasn't it?
Jeux sans frontières, yeah.
That was it, yeah. Milton Keynes won it most years, didn't they? It's a knockout.
Did they?
Yeah. Well, I'm sure, well, I know, it's my memory. Milton Keynes were in it. They all seem to be in it every year. Yeah, so
Swanage were in it.
Swanage?
Yeah.
How did they get in it?
I don't know.
What was the qualification?
Well, Worcester in it.
Not that I can remember.
Leeds had a team. They had it at Roundy Park a couple of times, because I remember people falling in the lake. So they had Leeds, Kirk Lees, and I can't remember what the other team would have been. Bradford maybe, or York or something like that.
Could have been. Was that a qualifier, was it?
Yeah, one of the British qualifiers, yeah.
The umpires are getting another ball. Lunch at, in 5 minutes' time. Gloomy skies above. Yeah, black and white telly. Yeah. Because years ago, if you had a black and white telly, the licence was cheaper. And my dad said one day that his mate Bert had bought a black and white dog because he thought the licence was cheaper.
I might have enjoyed a pint with him. Random Scarf Lady Miriam down in sunny Brighton, she says, good afternoon to you. We'd like to thank you for your commentary and coverage this season.
We're back underway. Joe Leach has got a different ball and he bowls, and there's a loud appeal, but the umpire's finger, Steve O'Shaughnessy's finger, stays down. Joe Leach, I don't think, appealed, but it was a very raucous appeal from Worcestershire, who've now got 3 slips, and they've got a leg slip as well. Ben Allison is a leg slip.
They all went up and Joe Leach just went like that because he thought he better do, and then
Yeah.
turned around knowing that there was never a tickle.
I've seen him actually demonstrate to people that's come off the pad before now. Leaching again, another good delivery, and this time Bean comes forward and plays the ball back down the pitch to the bowler.
He just put his finger up in the air and that was enough. And Miriam goes on, it's always sad when we come to the last match of the season. Congratulations to Worcestershire on their promotion. Hopefully Yorkshire will step up next year. There have been sessions of play this season that feels that we can do it. At this stage, I promised myself I will go to more cricket next year. I think I picked the wrong match at Scarbados. You did.
Bean batting a long way outside his off stump, I have to say. His bat, when he was waiting for Leach to come in, was beyond his off stump, so obviously that suits him. A lot of players do that, a lot more these days. He's got a single, and Yorkshire are 18 without loss. 3 minutes to lunch. Will this be the lunch over 2 balls left of it? Allison, who was at leg slip, has now gone to extra cover. How much we'll get after lunch? According to the weather forecast, it should be raining now, but it isn't. Leach is in and bowls, and forward, pushing away on the offside, comes like it's strange that we talk about the weather so much during the cricket season and what the weather forecast says, and is it going to do this and is it going to do that, and then once the cricket season ends, you don't care if it's raining, do you? You don't. It could be snowing. You don't care really. Just get on with your life. It's just so much a part of the summer that what we laughingly call summer in this country. Leach turns from the Howard stand end and bowls, and that's a big shout, but he's outside the line off stump. I would have thought Leach bowled around the wicket, handling the ball in to the left-hander. Oh, we're going to get another one before lunch. We are. Dylan Pennington peels off his jumper and hands it to umpire Surisham Mugan, who actually umpired a game at New Road earlier this year, and his wife was the other umpire. It was one of the women's games, one of the Central Sparks games. So I went out there, I said, what are the umpire's names? And I said, well, no, it's got the same name. Well, his wife is an umpire as well. And they were both very good, I have to say. I said, we had a lady umpiring in the championship this week, of course, Sue Radford.
Yeah, here's Pennington to Bean, who leaves one wide of off stump. It could be interesting playoff though, umpiring with the wife, sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, you should get to speak to each other during the day, I suppose.
Whoever gave the most dodgy decisions had to cook tea when they got back home, maybe. Whoever was most correct got away with it.
Yeah. I'm not sure. My good lady wife and I can do very little together.
Here's Pennington, driven by Finley Bean, and well fielded as well at mid-off. It can't prevent them getting a single, but it certainly stopped the potential for a boundary.
Yeah, Jack Haynes going full length. He's got mucky trousers now.
Join the club, Mucky Trouser Club. There could be a league table for those who get plastered in it, even when it doesn't look like it's that sort of weather.
On a perfectly dry day in the middle of August.
Yeah, Don Best would be very high up that list. Absolutely no doubt about that. He might even captain the side. Pennington into Lythe. He gets a straight delivery and flicks it into the leg side and will take on the field. There's a smallish element of risk, but he seemed confident. They do run well together between the wickets, this pair. So he's on to 10 now, 20 without loss. 3 to come in the session. There isn't on the horizon any of the mizzle that we saw around yesterday that we thought we might get, so at the moment all clear. In comes Pennington again, and once more Bean shouldering arms. Better get myself rigged up for my 12:45 York.
They'll be waiting.
They will. I'm still waiting.
Longer than you've ever done.
I don't know.
Is that the lyric? I'm still waiting longer than I've ever done.
All right. No, I'm still standing. Wrong song. I'm still waiting is Dinah Ross. Pennington in. And,
Oh, that's right, yeah. Close.
Fiddly Bean plays the leave.
I never knew why I didn't do well on Popmaster, really. Mainly because I kept getting the wrong tune. But, yeah.
I mean, getting the right artist, you know.
It's close.
But the ballpark, that ain't. But
Yeah. After the Beatles broke up, it all became a bit murky. Pop music to me.
Not a Wings fan then. So Pennington to Bean, who drives through the covers and will pick up 4 more. Nice way to finish the session for Finley Bean, who will just nudge ahead of Adam Lythe onto 12, Lythe on 10. Partnership then for this Yorkshire first innings, first wicket, 24. And they'll go in 24 without loss at the lunch break, trailing by 365.
They will, yeah. And say, according to weather forecast, it should be rain now, but it didn't. It might be one of those days when it just stays cloudy and we get a lot more cricket in than we expected. But the players are off for lunch. We're off for a cup of tea and a slice of cake. And we will rejoin you, or you can rejoin us, whichever is the easiest. What time are we back on? 20 past.
20 past.
Yeah, we'll be here.
See you then. Don't know, to be honest with you, because I've not managed to get off my backside since they walked off about 5 minutes ago for lunch, because I was waiting for you. So I've got to go into the press box and see what delights await. But if anything, yesterday's anything to go by, then I reckon probably a BLT and a packet of crisps or something exciting like that. Nothing changes at the back end of the season. But anyway, cricket. We started the day with Worcestershire on 280 for 5, needing 20 runs to get a second batting bonus point and thus secure promotion to Division 1. That happened fairly quickly, actually. Brett D'Oliveira was out just before it did. The Worcestershire captain, LBW to Matt Milnes for 103. Josh Baker then got him across the line before he was out for 2, also a victim of Milnes. And then the back end of the innings, well, 2 wickets for Don Bess. Ben Allison played nicely for 75 before being bowled by Bess. Ben Gibbon made 3 before he was caught behind by Johnny Tattersall off Matthew Revis. And then Joe Leach, 36 from 46 deliveries, was the last man out, caught by Ben Code off Bess, who finished with 3 for 55 from his 21 overs and bowled well. Ben Code was superb, in particular yesterday, and deserved more than the 2 for 52 that he finished with from his 19 overs. Matt Milnes, 2 for 79, and George Hill, 2 for 54. Were the other wicket takers. And Yorkshire, well, apart from getting off the bottom of the table, not a huge amount to play for here, but there are personal things at stake, and both Finlay Bean and Adam Lyth are in sight of finishing the championship season with 1,000 runs apiece. So certainly something to aim for the pair of them. And at the lunch break, Lyth on 10 and Finlay Bean, who just struck a 4 the last ball of the morning session, not out on 12. So Yorkshire 24 without loss. And we hope that the weather holds and we see a lot more play today than is perhaps felt with the forecast not being great. And apparently we've got some stormy weather awaiting us. But at this moment in time, they'll resume on 24 without loss at about 20 past 1. Good afternoon and welcome back from Headingley, where we think the players are making their way back out to the middle, but it is a little bit gloomy overhead. Floodlights are on, and they feel stronger, if you like, in effect than they were before they left the field of play 40 minutes or so ago. Yorkshire 24 without loss, Adam Lyth 10, Finley Bean 12, and that is in response, of course, to Worcestershire's 389 all out. I am Jonathan Doidge. Alongside me is BBC Hereford and Worcester's Dave Bradley.
It is quite. If the lights weren't on, we wouldn't be playing, I don't think. It'd be interesting to see if the umpires take a reading maybe at the end of this over. But it is pretty dull. Joe Leach it is, from the Howard stand end in and bowls, and it's played edgily, shall we say, down into the backward point position. Kashi Valley is the fielder. Not off the full face of the bat. Plenty on it, but got him squared up a little bit there, Joe Leach.
First question that occurs now that you have secured promotion, and we're not going to be working together next year, and more the pity for that, Bradders, but on my account anyway. But
I do agree with you.
Will the county be strengthening?
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Next ball's down the leg side, and wicketkeeper Roderick goes across to take. Well, they're bringing three in. Ethan Brooks from Warwickshire, Tom Taylor from Northants, Rob Jones coming in from Lancashire. I think there may, interesting that an experienced fast bowler was released by a county yesterday, not to say who it was, and they're looking at an overseas bowler, I think, for next season. But there's a lot of young lads coming through the system again at Worcestershire. Leach is in and bowls, pushed away to Jack Haynes, who's at mid-off, no run. Taylor is 24 without loss. So I think there's a lot of thought that some of these lads might come through. Couple of quick bowlers, but it's a big step up from academy, second team, and into first team cricket. But it's going to be interesting. I know they've signed a T20 overseas player. I don't know who it is, but I know they've signed one for next season. Here is Leach rumbling in and bowls, pushed away on the offside. Mitchell Santner did well for Worcestershire in the T20. So they'll... Usama Mir came in from nowhere. He's playing club cricket in North Wales, and they signed him up, and he did very well. Got into the 100. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. They won't have the squad depth of some of the other teams, of course. But there again, they probably won't have too many international call-ups either. Leach around the wicket, angling the ball into Lloyd, who's forward, pushing away on the offside. Those shadows are really standing out on the outfield now, as I often say. The shadows are out there, but thankfully no Cliff Richard. It's just got that. You'd think it was probably 6 o'clock in the evening, looking round.
And after that sumptuous lunch you've just had, you are no longer Hank Marvin.
No, I am no longer Hank Marvin. Which, folks, is I'm not no longer starving, is what he's trying to say. Is Leach in and bowls, pushed away on the offside. No run. Between Carmarthen and Haverfordwest, there used to be the Hank Marvin Fish and Chip Shop on the right-hand side. Well, if you were going the other way, it was on the left-hand side. And I was really disappointed last time I went down there, down to Broadhaven, down to Pembrokeshire. They've changed the name of the chippy. It's no longer the Hank Marvin Fish and Chip Shop. Umpires are talking to each other. They're having a look round. I don't think it's any gloomier than when they went out there. It's probably light meter time.
And we're going off.
In fact, we're coming off. There we are. 1 over, post-lunch, and bad light has stopped play. They're now taking a reading. Umpire Shan Mugan at this end, the Kirkstall Lane end, and at the other end, Steve O'Shaughnessy. Oh, he's not taking a reading, but there we are. Players are wandering off. They were just about to have a run around to settle their lunch, but unfortunately, and I do have to say, the skies don't look as if they're going to brighten a lot this afternoon, or certainly within the next hour. There's very little breeze. We're told that Hurricane or Storm Agnes is on the way with 90-mile-an-hour winds, but trust me, Agnes is not in Leeds at the moment.
Well, disappointing, but I'll leave you at that point and return when we have any further play or news thereof.
We shall.
Hi, Jess. 2:30. That's right. Aye. It might be at last one because they've been off. Yeah, they went off at 1:25, and they're unlikely. They've now put the full covers on, which takes forever to get off, and it's a bit dark and wet. So, but anyway, I'll talk about the darkness and wetness if you like. That's fine. Who's presenting? Right. Hmm. Tell you what, hey, how do you follow Maroon 5? Oh, wow! I've had some tough assignments from BBC Radio Leeds in my time, but this would be right up there. All right, I can only do my best. Thanks, Jess. Cheers.
Incredibly grey and dull. There's rain coming down in parts of our neck of the woods, and Storm Agnes is on the way, and nothing says last day of the county championship more than all of those combination factors. Jonathan Deutsch is at Headingley for us. How are you doing? And what's it like?
Well, last day will be on Friday, Rich, so hopefully I think forecast is pretty good for that, and we might actually see a contrived sort of finish with both sides now having ticked the boxes, if you like, for the season in terms of what they can achieve. Worcestershire have achieved promotion today with their second batting point, so they'll be back up in Division 1 for next year. Yorkshire, well, they'd like to achieve moving off the bottom of the table. And if they win this match and things go their way in the Gloucestershire game, they're playing Sussex, then they may be able to eclipse Gloucestershire and get off the bottom, with taking into account, of course, that 48-point deduction. So it's not been a bad season in some ways, but it's been pretty terrible in others. And in this match in particular, the weather has hit once again. So earlier today, Worcestershire were bowled out eventually for 389, having resumed on 280 for 5. They picked up that bonus point they needed to get promotion fairly quickly in the day. Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire captain, was out just before they achieved it, 299 on the board when he was LBW to Matt Milnes for 103. Josh Baker got him across the line with a little cameo of 2, and then was also out caught by Matthew Revis off Milnes. Don Bess picked up a couple of wickets, as did Matthew Revis in the closing stages, and Bess himself finishing with 3 for 55 as the leading wicket taker in the innings. 2 wickets apiece for Coed Milnes, and yesterday for George Hill as well, and 1 for Matthew Revis. And then from that point, well, Yorkshire went out and batted for 6 overs before the lunch break. Adam Lyth on 10, Finlay Bean on 12 when they went off for lunch. Came back on for 1 over after the lunch break. It was pretty gloomy already, but as these things happen, having stood out there for 6 balls in the gloom with the floodlights on, the umpires decided to have a conference, got out the light meters and said, away we go. We ain't seen any play since 1:25, and here we are at 2:33 with rain around, the covers on. That wind has not yet got up. I know you referred to it in terms of Storm Agnes, but we're expecting obviously that back end of today and tomorrow. So whether we see any more play today or not, I'm not sure. One other thing to mention, though, there is a little bit of competition from Yorkshire's point of view, apart from getting off the bottom of the table, between their opening batters, Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean. I've just been speaking to the latter with his pads off a couple of floors down. Finn is on 953 runs for the season. It's one of those markers, as you know, as a cricket fan, Rich, to get 1,000 runs in a county championship season. And given the masses of weather interruptions, Yorkshire have lost 1,800 overs of cricket this year in the championship alone. So I think it's a great achievement for either of them to get to 1,000 runs. Finlay's on 953 as the junior of the two. And Adam Lyth is on 967. Who's going to win the race to 1,000? Will either or both of them get there? Well, let's tune in for another update at some point in the next few days to find out. Oh. It's been absolutely, I've never known a cricketing summer like it. As a player, going way back, in fact, 40 years ago, the 83 season, when I was just starting to play sort of senior cricket, I remember being a real damp squib of a summer, but nothing that I can recall since then has been quite like this. Oh, yeah. Absolutely, you know, we do the decent thing in the commentary box, so if it's going to be a big moment for one team, then your co-commentator hands to you. And I handed to Brad as my co-commentator from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and it seemed like forever to get that final run on the board from 299 when D'Oliveira was out to knocking the 300 up on the board. And so he was kind of on for a while holding the fort until he got his moment to call that for the records and all the rest of it. It's I can't remember what your lead into all that was now because I've just lost my thread completely. Yes, oh sorry, yeah. Yes. So there were celebrations out there on the field. Everybody was aware leading into it that that's what they needed, and so there was a couple of punches of the air and all those things that I suppose you do if you are going to get promoted. Yorkshire hoping that they might be able to be in the same position this time next year. Absolutely not. Very professional, Rich. Yeah, I've not seen that particular one, but I do follow them, so I'll go and have a look I'll go and have a look for it. I might just do that. Thanks, Rich.
Ashes to Ashes here on BBC Radio Leeds.
No probs.